Hello. How are we doing today? I have acid reflux today. Because I woke up in the middle of the night and then I ate. Which is like a very bad idea. I woke up and I ate some food. And then I went back to bed. And then when I went back to bed, the food came upwards into my my esophagus, and now I have reflux or heartburn or whatever you want to call it. Not very fun. Not very fun. My esophagus is full of acid, and we've had the Tums. We've tried the Tums, and the Tums didn't really work that well. But I'm here to program again, as per usual, and regardless. Hey Menexius, how are you doing? Regardless of anything that stands in my way, I will program. I'm gonna put on some music today. I did think I might as well just play Celia's parenthesis. I think it's 1996, correct? They came out with this record. Probably shouldn't have copyright since it isn't on any streaming service. So if they do copyright me, I'll be like, what the fuck, to be honest. Then how about you put it up on a streaming service, or I don't know, release it if you're gonna copyright me, you know? Anyway, let me get my chat up. What's up, Jack? How are you doing? So this is where we're at today. Oh, it's a blank screen. Oh, well, that's not great. Oh, yeah, I was just being dumb. Okay, hold on. This is where we're at today. Right, so we have this. We have collision, but it isn't exactly working yet. As you can tell. There's quite a lot of lag, and that's because it's doing all of this. I think we can try this. Right, I forgot to actually assign it to anything. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making it so that the floors have collision before we get to the actual walls. Floors always come first. Thanks, Jack. I really appreciate it. I will try my best. I will try my best. Yeah, I think that was what we decided was the correct values. We should be standing on top of these walls. I think that worked. We stood on top of that wall. Huh. Yeah, the point in polygon doesn't seem to really be working in terms of like us getting on top of it or not on top of it. I should also check the... Yeah, these should definitely have a thing. I can get rid of the point and polygon check just to see if it works. This file is too big. Yeah, I wonder if my position is in the correct units. Oh, also, I'm supposed to be solving for y here. That's what I'm trying to do. Very true. Okay, it appears like we are not choosing that polygon. I guess we could choose the one with the highest, or the lowest D. It would be the lowest D value. Let's just see if p.d doesn't equal 0. Just for now, just to see if we can get on top of a wall. Hey Arya. I notified that will bring a lot of supporters for you and bring more subscribers. I really appreciate that, Jack. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Hey Arya, how are you doing? Okay. So we're... Okay. I know that this looks janky, but... it's upside down. Okay, it's upside down. We know that it's upside down. I didn't really ask your opinion though. I'm just kidding. Okay, so yeah, we're upside down. But hey. Are we one off? No, I think it's just in multiple... It just gets stored in multiple... You weren't here all the time yesterday? Yeah, so I implemented the smaller chunks, and that's where we are right now. It was worth it in the beginning, but now it isn't, for sure. Now it isn't because now... So we implemented the thing so that you can see all the neighboring chunks, and so now it's just a waste. Like, if we just kept it to this very small amount around us, then we would be fine. Like, if it was just 2x2 sectors, then it's like an incredibly small loading screen. But now it's like, it's this long. So, yeah, we have to use bigger sectors. So I have to change that when I get a chance. So yeah, this is working. It's upside down, so I have to change that, but... Actually, is that in between walls? I think so. So what happens is we aren't really checking if we're inside the polygon right now. So that's why this okay, there we go. This is working. This is working. Okay, nice. Nice. So the collision for the floor works. I know that it looks like it doesn't work, but yeah, I just have to invert the sign. It should just be, I mean, this. Hey, what's up, King David? King Zavid? Yeah, it is kind of bounding box collision. Kind of. We're kind of cheating with it since it's on the PS1, but ooh. Yikes. 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 Sorry, epileptics. I apologize, epileptics. Huh, I wonder why that's happening. I wonder if it's because that's the bounds of the map. I wonder if we are reading out of bounds somewhere else there. Because we did step on top of the wall. You did see that work. Yeah, we really have to do bigger chunks. This takes forever. By the way, the reason why we have such a small chunk size is because we were testing it. For whatever reason, this doesn't work. Is this some sort of emulator? This is a PS1 emulator, yeah. So this is on the PS1. I kind of want to see if we can get on top of here. We should technically be able to. Is it assembly or C or C++? Yeah, so it's all done in C. I'm coding on Linux Mint currently. It's a Linux Mint setup with i3 and Van Gogh sunflowers in the background. My workflow is kind of, so I have two different development environments, right? So for example, I have a bash RC here where I just like comment lines out depending on what I'm working on. So I'm going to comment out some different includes here, and then because I'm halfway in between setting everything up here. So this is my PS1 game engine, and then this is my real game engine, right? That's in C OpenGL, which is these massive files. So I basically have this now that I commented out some extra includes in my Clang path or GCC path. This is how it kind of works. I have like two different windows here, and then I open up two different terminals to compile. So that's what my workflow looks like. So this engine is what I use to create the maps for the PS1 game. It's also just a standalone engine, but right now what we've been doing recently is just using it to make the maps for the PS1 game, and that's what all of this does. It writes all of the stuff that we need, the collision holes, the all of the whatchamacallit, the polygons. Why can't I think of the word polygon? Okay. So yeah, I've got a lot of videos on my channel about it if you're interested. Yeah, I wonder why that isn't working. Actually, we may not be bounds checking when our Y exceeds that. Let's see how we index everything. See, I just used 0 here. I should also have 0 here. Yeah. I don't know where that bug is. No, you're not bothering me. If I didn't want to answer questions, then I wouldn't go live. That one last question. Do you come from a computer science background? No. I went to school. Well, I took AP Computer Science when I was a teenager, but I went to school for music. So, I've been programming since I was 16 though. So, I just like do odd projects here and there, type of thing. Yeah, I don't see us. Yeah, I don't see where we could be going out of bounds because we don't take the y into consideration even for the bounds literally anywhere else in the drawing code. So I think the only way we're gonna figure it out is by commenting out the drawing completely and then trying to get on top of that wall and seeing if we bug out again. So we should see our Y shoot up. There it did. Okay. Interesting. So it is a drawing issue. Now it doesn't want to do it. Now it doesn't want to do it at all. Interesting. Yeah, when you go over 2 chunk borders at the same time, it's really not great. It also gets super laggy on top of this thing. Okay, well let's try. Wait, yeah, let's just do this. Let's just only return the sloped ones, just to see if we're interpolating the slopes correctly. I should really just like make a bigger chunk size. I just want to make sure that this works, just in case that has some bugs. Okay, so as far as I understand, we aren't getting on top of that. Let me try this slope. Our Z should at least be changing. So our Z here is 3728. So let me just spawn the player near that so that we don't have to walk all the way right now. That's gonna be over here. No, it's not. It's over here. Is this literally this? Yeah, it's gotta be this. Okay, never mind. That was way off. It's just kind of guesswork, to be honest. That's the sad truth about it. Okay, that's really close actually. That's pretty good. That's just like 2 sectors away. Or 2 chunks away, I should say. Yeah, I didn't actually change anything. I wonder if we don't divide the position by 300. Also, technically, this is supposed to be... I don't really know about it, though. That's supposed to be, Huh. I now kind of want to see if we're getting it in here at all in the first place. We could also try to turn off the polygon check too. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we're not getting a printout for this hole, so we try to get rid of the point in polygon check is the bounds check to see if we're inside of a certain polygon. We basically have a grid over each chunk of holes. So for example, this is one. That's that index that you see, the whole sector index, right? So inside of each index there can be like an arbitrary amount of floor polygons that get saved with the map. Yeah, we don't seem to get a printout for the slope. Which is bizarre. Oh, if the normal y is actually the normal y. Wait, yeah, because y is upwards. Sound interesting? Yeah, this is our kind of ps1. We're trying to make it like super efficient so that we can stay with like decent FPS. That's kind of the little game that we have to play. Yeah, I'm not getting a slope Z for this. Okay, let me go back to the other slope. I don't really know, other than I could just like check if we're, saving it to the file. Like maybe it's possible that this just isn't getting put in the file then. Huh. I should really be printing out the plane and not just the result. See, this at least tells us the normal. What's the memory constraint? So it's 2 megabytes of RAM and 1 megabyte of VRAM. Yeah, we don't have this hole at all because we would be getting a second plane. We don't have these either. So why don't we have those, but we have these? Oh wait, we don't have these? Oh right, no, these are only showing the this is only getting printed out for the slanted polygons. So yeah, it's not a lot of memory. Yeah, this isn't even getting printed. Bizarre. Bizarre. Because this should be... Oh, do some of these just not work? Yeah, I really enjoy working with the with extra memory constraints. It's pretty cool. Oh wait, no, this is... Oh, it's y doesn't equal 0. That's what it is. I was being dumb. Yeah, my computer just really lagged out. I don't know what that was about. Nowadays, developers don't seem to be bothered about optimizations. Patch visits 10 times a day. Yeah. I don't really find all that stuff very fun. Yeah, so it is morning. Gosh, yeah, my computer is lagging a lot. Yeah, so this works, but... Yeah, so that's why it wasn't printing out before, actually. Maybe I have to restart DuckStation. This is actually pretty weird. Okay, so these are working. Or at least... Yeah, let's... Wouldn't it be easier to target 30 FPS? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of doing. We've kind of given up on the 60 FPS. But it does sometimes just become 60 FPS. It isn't really an FPS issue. It's literally just RAM. So that's why we have everything in chunks. Because if we didn't, then we would run out of memory pretty fast. Yeah, it seems like that's off. Actually, no, it's just the point and polygon check. What I don't understand is why this one doesn't get detected. Maybe it does. No, it doesn't. See, this gets detected. This one just has a... Oh, because we have this check. Well, this shouldn't be this. This should be if... It should be if the whole top doesn't equal 0. Yeah, there we go. It still doesn't really answer any of my questions about why this doesn't appear to be... Oh, you know why? I think it's actually not getting written to the file. Because we don't write... Currently, what we did was that we just filtered it by type equals floor. But I think that that might not be type equals floor. That might have been... It might automatically become cell holes. It might be categorized as a slope. It's actually an and. Okay, now that we are here, we might as well make the chunks a much bigger size so that we have less problems with loading. So I think I started 10 by 10. I think the 10 by 10 is a pretty good sweet spot. I think I'll go to 8 by 8 here though, just to make sure that we don't run out of memory. I think 8 by 8 is good. I don't know if the rest of this math is going to work with it though, so... We're only gonna know when I send it here. Yeah, it's a beautiful day outside. There aren't birds on the feeder though today. I don't know why. It's really hot. It's really hot today. Okay. That should be our map. It's birds and motorcyclists. Yeah, it is. I have this beautiful garden, but I live right next to a main road. So I really get the best of both worlds. I wish it was quiet here, you know. It's also like, honestly, a lot of cicadas, which, I don't know. Cicadas, it becomes a bit grating. Imagine if it was just this sound all of the time, you know? It's not like they stop. They don't ever stop, you know? Okay, so we're gonna see if this works. Okay, this doesn't work. This file immediately didn't load in correctly. Oh gosh. Map header.chunk size. Chunk size. Did I change chunk size? Chunk size equals 2. Yeah, I was being dumb. Forgot to change the chunk size. Oh, there's a bird in the feeder now. It's a little brown bird. I think I bother them when I stream out here. Because I see less birds. Okay. Works? No, it doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Oh gosh. Yeah, I mean, changing the chunk size it changes a lot of things. Sector size comes from this. I might just try to do a version of the map without any collision, just to see if it's that. But I'm like 99% sure that it's a problem with the chunk size. Because I program so fast and I don't really think about it that, like, yeah, I probably hard coded something somewhere. Or we are running out of memory. That's entirely possible too, but I don't think so. When I load in, we go by sector count, which is yeah, let's just try a version without the collision written to the file. Yeah, nothing's really screaming at me here. Chunk count equals this. Yeah, this song is awesome. Um, hmm. Let's try without this. No, yeah, it's blank. Oh god. Yeah, to be honest, we should have never changed the chunk size in the beginning, because this throws everything off. Hmm. Actually, maybe this was always wrong. No, yeah, that is, I think. Let's print out this. Chunk equals 0. Chunk should definitely not be 0. Status is 1. Wait, hold on. Let me walk to chunk 0 then. Huh. And our chunk width is 0. Everything is 0. Everything is 0. Let me try changing it back to 2. Then. That's bizarre. Oh wait, whoops. Yeah, now this works fine. Valid word at read. Wait, what? God, what? Let me try without the prints. No, there is just something that is wrong now. Oh gosh. What else did I change? I just commented this out. Oh god. I commented this out. But I also commented this out here. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense actually. Because we were probably freeing, we're still freeing memory there. This doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, I don't know where the error could be, to be honest, for the chunk sizes. We try to see if any other number works. That might tell us something. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, this appears to be working. Isn't this the same chunk size though? It feels very similar. Although, no, it is definitely bigger. Yeah, maybe at 8 we just run out of memory. Okay. Let's see if we had any errors here. Yeah, I think at 8 we just run out of memory. So let's just not even think about that yet, but Okay. Yeah, this duck station, like sometimes it like just like lags me for whatever reason. Now let's see if the slopes are working, I guess. Yeah, see, the lag is like insane. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Yeah, it's definitely on my end and not the game itself. Did we just crash? What is going on there? What just happened? Wait, what? Huh. Let me just print it out. Oh wow, we're just overflowing, I think. I mean, this is probably a huge number, to be fair. Hey, what's up, Gary? How are you doing? Oh, wait. Okay, so this doesn't equal 0 if and p dot normal dot y is 40 50. We can say that. That's just for we have to make sure that that's a floor that's not sloped, basically. Are we? I feel like we're probably dividing by 0, yeah? Like that's what's happening? Fine, what is today's problem? Oh, I'm just trying to get this thing to stop dividing by 0. This is supposed to be a slope, by the way. Yeah, that plane just doesn't seem right to me. That normal just don't seem right. You know what I mean? Like that just doesn't seem right to me. Why is it 0? It looks fine by you? Yeah? That normal looks normal? 0 0 0? I trust you. Wait, are we crashing? Why are we crashing? Why? It's like 90% of the time it's actually like font print errors, which is like super annoying. Yeah, the 0 normal is definitely incorrect. It's definitely incorrect. Definitely incorrect. Did we crash again? Yeah, this... Yeah, now we're lagging again. I don't understand why this is happening lately. It like doesn't shut down the thread properly sometimes. Yeah, what is this crash, by the way? Oh, it's not a crash. Okay, so I want to see this slanted thing over here. Oh, right, I got rid of the print statement. I gotta restart it. I want to see what the plane says for this. Why are you opening here? Yeah, this also has a plane of 0. Like, what? And now we're crashing because of the font print again. Okay, well, that's definitely not our fault on this side. That's definitely on the emission side. For some reason our plane is 0. We just copy the plane from here. I mean, we're not gonna know unless we print it out, I think. So I'm just going to get rid of all these debug printouts and then try to print out any slopes that we come across. Don't ask me why I had that there. Okay, I think that's all the printouts. We also have this one to get rid of. I think that's all the printouts. So now it's just I have to check for each plane and print out the plane. Stop. Yeah, let's print out the old and then the new. I'm talking, this is for the floating point version versus the fixed point version is what we're doing here. Yeah, there was a huge. I had to stop the stream earlier last night because there was a massive roach out here, like flying out on my porch. And I tried to kill it, and then failed at killing it. And then I was like, okay, time to take in my stuff. It's crazy, man. If anybody asked me, should I move to the southern United States, I would say do not. Never. Never, 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 never. Never, 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 never. I lived in New York for many years, and there they got a lot of rats. They got rats that just scurry across in the street and stuff like that. I'd take that any day of the week. Any day of the week over roaches. Dude. Roaches are no joke. Okay, I should really be only printing them out. But can you code in your garden in New York? No. No, you can't. You're right. But you can code in Central Park, which has less car sounds, believe it or not, than fucking here. That's for sure. And less cicadas, you know. I don't hate cicadas, but, you know, this sound doesn't stop, by the way. And I go inside and I hear this sound. It's just constant, right? Like, yeah, it's a constant. You never know if one of the friends show up. That's what I'm saying. That too. You never know if you know you're gonna meet like a Seinfeld character. You know, there's a lot of upsides. If coal hole is sloped, then let's print this out. Okay, I think that's the end of the record. That would be the end of the record. So let me see this. This is what I was afraid of. Yes, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Am I like stupid or? So you know what? If you go back in the stream yesterday, this is what I was asking. Was, oh, yes, that's how you have to do it. Can you just multiply 100? It's a normal. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Since we're doing the this formula. This formula does matter. But this is how you're supposed to do it. And yesterday, if you go back in the VOD, I said specifically, I said, oh, am I supposed to be casting here? Oh, I don't know if this is correct. Oh. But yeah, I didn't really think too much about it, and now I'm thinking too much about it. There we go. And now all of our slopes should be sloped. There we go. Fixed point math. Oh my gosh, no way. Okay, so that's the end of that record. I hope you enjoyed that record. I think it's a good one. Sealy, parenthesis, uh, from 1996. The version of Shine on that record is one of my favorite songs. Now what? Now what are we gonna listen to? That's a great question. What is not going to get me copyright striked? That's really what the question ends up being. So let's take a gander here. Oh, this isn't working either. This isn't working either because I cast first instead of after. Instead of after. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do this. This is correct. Why am I lagging? This is it. Why am I lagging? What is this lag? Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. Does this have a memory leak? Does DuckStation have a memory leak or something? I've been lagging a lot today. I'm not really sure why. So yeah, you're supposed to obviously cast after you multiply. Obviously. I am still live, right? Like, I think so. Encoding overloaded. Oh, wait, no, never mind. What is the problem? Yeah, it is the same carry. It's just in one of those, you can't bit shift a floating point value. You can't bit shift a floating point value. So that's why. That's why that's a thing. Huh, am I live? Like what is going on with my computer today? It's very strange. I'm getting hacked by the government. Just kidding. Okay, so this should be giving me... There we go. There we go. Love to see it. Love it. Love it. Okay. Now let me get my file. So now we have that. So that's gonna work, but now we need to figure out well, honestly, if p.normal.y is 0, then just continue, first of all. If it's a vertical surface, then you just continue. Duh. 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 So let's try and print this out because I doubt that it's a correct value. I should probably figure out what music to play now. I was thinking of playing this record by the Bardos. Okay, so this is -3. I don't really know if that's correct, but we're gonna give it a shot. It's definitely not overflowing, which is good. I think that that's actually correct. Let's give it a shot. Never mind. That's definitely not correct. So let me try this object over here. Yeah, what is this? What is this stuttering? Oh, is it because it's too many polygons on this thing? Yeah, that might be why. I also First of all, this should be this. This should be this. Is pause? Maybe this is this, actually. Encoding overloaded. What is the problem today, dude? I think the problem may have been that my laptop was almost out of battery before I started stream, so that might have been a part of it. I mean, surely if I do this, then this is just going to be an insane amount. Okay, I guess it's time to print out the plane again. Oh, or p dot normal dot y is less than or equal to -4050. Let's do that. Okay, yeah, so this is working. We just have to scale this back now down to normal units. So that was what was happening. It was just getting the wrong plane. I'm probably dividing by 0. Okay. Well, this is just an insane amount. I mean, we can agree here that this is really not what you want. This might be why we may be doing this twice somehow. Maybe. It's also kind of interesting how we just kind of clip to the top of it. So this puts it into fixed point, then divides by my world units to get it onto the same scale. That seems correct. Corrector. Not really what you want, though. Yeah, it appears to be getting it early because we don't have the... I don't think we have this enabled. So let me do this. We just kind of clip to the top of it. Right. Maybe the play is to just multiply times 300 and not do it in fixed point. I just thought that we would have greater precision if we did it like this. But maybe this is dumb. Maybe this is just dumb. Because if we multiplied it times 300 instead of putting it into fixed point, then we could just return slope z here. So let's try to do that. Let's try to do that. I just don't know how the D value scaling works. I don't know how the D value scaling works. So... I also think that the D value might just be wrong, because we are transferring our normal from Z up to Y up, right? And so I wonder if the D value also changes. Oh wait, I didn't actually change this, did I? On this side? Yeah, I didn't. So this, we are no longer going to do this or this, because we don't need to put it into fixed point because we're just going in world units now. So then this just becomes slope z. Right. Up. Uh. Uh. Huh? I think it's because of this D value. Oh gosh, I don't really understand this. Yeah, now it's just too small. I don't know. I may have to look at how I do it in my engine, but I think it's the exact same. Even without the D in the equation, it's still massive. Let me see what my position is raw going into this. My position is 800. Or no, my position is in the thousands. Oh. Wait a second. Alright, peace out. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hmm. Yeah, encoding overloaded. Stop it, please. uh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, oh, since this is changed, this is now actually, like 255. Let's say 255. Or actually, this would be nearer to, let's say 280. I didn't even realize that, but yeah, that should be similar to that. Hmm. Kind of tempted to try the other slope now. As you can see, it is working, right? Like, we are moving at the correct... See? Right there. We are on top of it. The issue is that we're about 8,000 off. I don't even think that swapping signs is going to win us any points here, but let's just try it. Let's just try it before we try anything else. Because I did have a bug when I started my engine where we needed the signs for slope surfaces to be a certain way. Yeah, that just pushes even higher, to be honest. It really does seem like the D value is the problem, doesn't it? But then we tried it without the D, and then it still had the same issue, so I don't even know why. Hmm. We try one of these signs being different. No. Not that either. Did we try changing the sign on this? Also can try changing the sign on this. I don't think that that's going to help us though. Hmm. The value seems correct. It's just like 8,000 up, you know? Like if I probably subtract 8,000, this probably works fine. Never mind. Maybe it's 80,000? It's a pretty big number. Yeah, it's like 11,000. Oh wait, no, I'm supposed to be adding it to check this. Yeah, you see? This works. It's just 11,000 extra. You see? It's actually kind of cool that that works, though. See, we have slopes. We do. I don't know why this slope is temperamental. I think that these have a switch sign somewhere. Maybe the normal is wrong on this. I didn't really check the normals. But yeah, we do have slopes on the ps1. Okay, we do. It's just that the values are off for them. Gosh, why is this laggy? Oh. Yeah, it's printing out undefined. Because of this, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's also encoding overloaded on my laptop. Yeah. I hope that we don't have to deal with that all day. I hope that that goes away. Okay, maybe this one doesn't work. This one's annoying because it's on a chunk border, so it's kind of hard to get to test it. Yeah, I can't see anything from up here. But this works. Except it doesn't because our values are off. I wonder if the position has to be local. Let's take a look at that actually. I don't think it does, but the x that we get for this function is this a local x? I can't remember. We take x, y, and z into here. I don't think it is. Sample hole height, target y. Target y is calculated. Floor f proposed. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's definitely not a. This is 100%. How do we calculate the plane again? uh, forget what the formula is for this. We calculate it here. We calculate it here. Yeah, I think that we might have to recalculate the plane to with the new normal, because the D value is important. Or maybe it shouldn't matter. I mean, all we're doing is changing the orientation, so it should still be the same. What is this divided by 300? Is this a reasonable number? Is this... Wait, I can only see it when I'm on top of the 28, 29, 28, 29. This is per cell, yeah. Why is that 3? Why is that 3? 23, 24. 32. Yeah, this is per cell, that's fine. Yeah, this is fine. That's correct. Yeah, I already tried dividing just this by 300, and it still was not a correct value. Hmm. The only thing that I can think of is that literally the numbers are just too big. And so this doesn't work if the numbers are too big. It doesn't really make sense. It shouldn't matter. Yeah, it's exactly the same in fixed point. That's what I was saying. It's exactly the same problem. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Oh. Yeah, so this only works if p.normal.x is less than 1, obviously. So instead of this, like mathematically what we should be doing instead of this in terms of fixed point math, we should be doing x divided by p.normal.x, right? Let me think about this. How do we do this? Uh, how do I do this? Yeah, I think you're dividing. let me hold on. I'm actually like thinking about something really hard here. Hold on. So this is it this? So let's say that's 250, then you get 50 x divided by 50. And the fraction version of that would be 250 over 300. 250 over 300. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to convert this, because basically want x times a fraction to become x divided by the equivalent of that in our like fixed point kind of world. So if the normal x is 250 over 300, right? Let's just use easier numbers. 200 over 300, then that's 2 over 3, and so you would be multiplying times that. The equivalent of that if you were dividing would you be hold on. X. I might have to like get out a pen and paper and think about this. No, it's definitely not this. And let me do this in my mind really quick. So if it would be, and then that would give you 2. Wait, that would be the same. That would be the same thing. Yeah, that would be the same thing. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that would just give you 50 in that case, and then 50 you're dividing by. Yeah, no, that can't be it. Yeah, so what it seems like to me, hold on, is like p dot normal dot x divided by 300. Hey, what's up, Oops? How are you doing? Like this, hold on, like let me think about it, right? So let's say you are, let's just use really, really simple math here. So if the normal is 0.5, right? And then you multiply it times x, right? So that's 1/2. So that would be the equivalent of dividing by 2, right? What if it's 0.75, right? So 3 over 4. God, I wish I paid attention to math. It's like 3:55 a.m. Wow. Over here it's early. Not early, maybe like noonish. I lose track of time. Oh wow, it's 2 already. Maybe it is this. Let's try this really quick. Let's try this here. Don't really know if this is the... What editor do I use? I use Helix. Oh, you're Australian? That's awesome. That's awesome. Got a lot of Australian friends. I use Helix. Helix is very similar to Vim. So it seemed like that wasn't giving us anything. So I kind of want to see what we were getting here. Slopes equals 0. So I guess that this is wrong. Visual Studio is pretty cool. That's not boring. That's actually pretty cool. I'm a big fan of Visual Studio. I'd use it if I was... Honestly, the only reason I don't use it is because I hate the way it looks, to be honest, but I think the debugger is totally worth it. Doing some interesting math here, for sure. Isn't it divided by the reciprocal? Like, isn't... So, if you multiply times 0.75 for example, isn't that the same as dividing by 4 over 3? Is that what it is? I think that that's what it is. Like, if you have, say, the number 4, and you multiply it times 0.75, right? You get 3. But if you have 4, and then you divide it by 1.3, or 1.25, I mean, you get 3? So it's by the reciprocal, right? So... So it's divided by 300... Yeah, I mean, I have actually GLSL syntax as well. It's just GLSL analyzer. You can get it on Helix as well. I wish I paid attention in math class right about now, that's for sure. Oh, that's dividing by zero. That's dividing by zero, 100%. Uh, let's say int reciprocal x equals we should do the equals. I don't remember how to do this. I'm not going to do this right now. If p dot normal dot x is 0, oh, you should just do this. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy Helix, but I know that it's not everybody's cup of tea. I also probably would really like Vim. I just setting it up is pretty difficult for me. I never really. I had like a Vim configuration a long time ago, but then all the plugins just died because I didn't code for a while. We're still dividing by 0. Oh, yeah, we're still dividing by 0 here. Well, this is gonna become really drawn out now. Hold on. So, then this. Let's just do this over here then. Reciprocal x equals pos.vx divided by reciprocal x, and then reciprocal z equals pos.vz divided by reciprocal. Okay. So this is what this ends up being. And then you just put this here. Never heard of Helix. I do know Vim. I personally drive, yeah. It's Sublime Text for JSON and Lua. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Visual Studio is really awesome. And I definitely do miss a debugger, you know? I do. Is it just me, or does this seem correct, but we're in the wrong scale, maybe? This is pretty complicated math, what we're doing here. So basically, this formula is for floating point math. So these x and y, what I realize is these x and y values are getting multiplied by a fraction, right? And we know that when you multiply by a fraction, you're actually dividing, right? So you can't multiply by a fraction on the ps1 because it's all in integer space. So what we're doing is we are trying to figure out how to make that work. So here we find the reciprocal. So for if the p normal x is 250, right, we get 300 over 250, and then we divide by that instead of multiplying. But you know what I'm realizing? I'm realizing that this just truncates to 1. This just truncates to 1. Because you can't have fractions. How do you do this, then? I'm programmed in about a month. I had to take a break for mental issues. I think I was working on prep for a new ECS and ID based one because my current one is index based and also scripting. That's cool. I have, so you're working on a game engine? I have a game engine as well. I don't really know if I have like a proper ECS, but I guess I have something similar to it. I have a bunch of systems in there. The idea for the engine was to make it like light map based, and everything pre-computed instead of relying on shaders to do things in real time, because I have a really bad laptop, and I can't run any new games. So my idea was like, I'll just make a game engine that can run on really bad hardware, and so that's been going well. I'm taking kind of a break on it from it to work on this ps1 project though, because I got kind of burnt out recently. Trying to make a game in Raylib, kind of like Cookie Clicker. Yeah, that's awesome. I like those like kind of idle games. I've always been a big fan. Not like the idle games, but like the kind of numbers go up games. Just an index-based one, works on string names and index. Yeah, I don't know. Mine is just based on IDs. They're just in an array, I guess. And they are kind of scriptable. I mean, it has yeah, they are based on names, actually, on string names that you can load in JSONs with the parameters. But I haven't really done the entity stuff that much yet. It's mainly just been a lot of geometry and getting lighting working. I love numbers go up games. Like one of my favorite games that's like came out in the past like 10-15 years is Risk of Rain. It's really great. Yeah, that game is such a banger. I mean, I kind of ran out of things to do in the game, right? Like, you can get like a good 200 hours out of it, but yeah, that game was awesome, for sure. I want an ID-based one with getters and setters. I have like 5 different game object types, different classes that need to be made into one class. Yeah, I don't really know anything about that object-oriented stuff. You say class, and then that kind of goes over my head as a C guy. Yeah, so what happens here is that this gets truncated to 1. Yeah. So you end up just dividing by 1, because this is always going to... Or this might actually end up 0. Or no, this is always going to be 1. How do I do this? A giant branch just fell off of this tree. Well, not a giant branch, but a branch just fell off. Yeah, I've done a lot of refactoring in my engine. It's pretty big now. Like this file is this entity handler is 9,000 lines. It's pretty large. The last refactor that I did was the shader material refactor, and so all of our shaders are now you just call these functions and it makes frame buffers and shaders for you. And basically everything has a material now, so that's what all of these are. So if you have like a floor, a user would be able to make it like this, right? And then you add in all the IDs yourself. So that was what I worked on last. Hey, what's up, Zia? How are you doing? Rounded my verts to whole numbers and started shifting them for shits and giggles the other week. Looks weird as hell. Refactoring and rewriting bad code is good because you end up learning from it. Yeah, I've done a lot of refactors on the engine for sure. A lot of old systems that had to be changed, especially with collision. So a lot of refactors that ended up taking place. For anybody new that's joining, feel free to join our Discord. We're pretty much all a bunch of devs in there. We talk about stuff like this pretty often. So this is always going to be 1. So this isn't going to work. I'm going to have to find some other way. You're at 100 servers right now? Jeez. Yeah, I never leave. I never leave Discords at all. I'm the same way. The whole ID-based thing was not just because I wanted a new ECS, but a new ECS would allow me to add collisions the way I want to and allow for more real-time software ray tracing. That's cool. Yeah, the ray tracing stuff also goes over my head. I'm all old school. I'm pretty sure if I tried to ray trace on this laptop, it would explode. I run my engine on a 1050. 1050. Yeah, so actually, hold on. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Which version is the compiler that I'm working with? I'm not really sure. As far as the ps1 goes, I'm not sure what version it uses. I can check. Maybe it doesn't show here. I can check for you in the CMake. I think. I want to know where to find the GCC version. It's got the CMake version there. Yeah, the PS1 stuff uses its own GCC kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Not really sure. '70 FPS, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Uh, so I think I'm thinking about this wrong. Uh, Maybe you don't need to divide by the reciprocal. If you have 200 over 300, you're multiplying by 1 over 3, or 2 over 3, and then if you're dividing, you do have to divide by the reciprocal. Yeah, you do. Because that's why 1 over 2 works, is because you're dividing by 2. So it's just never going to work unless you're dividing by something that's less than half. Yeah, I don't... God, I get these muscle spasms in my neck. This medication, it really annoys me. Yeah, I don't think that this is gonna work. I don't think that there's any way you can do this. Because even this, you're just... For example, you get 50. .500 milligrams of risperidone is way too much. I think maybe it was... I think that's like a deadly dose. But yeah. What's up, Blue? How are you doing? Am I making fast FPS? I can show you what it looks like. Let me just... This is all work in progress stuff here. But it's a... I'm working on the PS1 today. So that's what this is about. This is the PS1 thing. I also have my regular game engine, but I am taking a break to work on the PS1 lately. I'm trying to get slopes working currently, and the math for doing slopes, since we're doing it in fixed point, is not great. It really isn't great. I don't think that there's a way to do it, man. Or you would have to convert the pause to something else. I think you saw one of my videos. YouTube recommended me one like 2 months ago. Oh, maybe you did. Thinking of making one with binary space partitioning tree and Zig too. Yeah, I was struggling. I did implement the BSP actually here, but I don't think I did it well enough. At least for rendering, it didn't speed up rendering at all. It was pretty much exactly the same, so I cut it out. I tried. My heuristic for the splitters with my BSP was literally just choosing the one that split the most. And yeah, it didn't go too well. I'm no John Carmack, for sure. I think I still might use it for something else, maybe like pathfinding or something later, but I just ended up implementing my own like sector and chunk system. The sector system really sped us up. So right now what I'm trying to work on is implementing this formula. This formula here. This formula. And you would think you could just copy and paste it. That's what I thought too. But you can't. You can't. Let me get my phone calculator and start doing some of this stuff so that I don't get stuck on this all day. I wonder if there's what sector system? It's basically a I'd show you what the math looks like here. Basically it's a system of tiles, basically. It's a 2D array of the entire map kind of laid out, and how I iterate over them is I take the viewing direction to get the exact sectors to iterate over. So that's what all of this is. This pos z neg z. This is actually just we're iterating over exactly what's in the view frustum. So that's what all of that is. And that really sped up our rendering to the point of like solid 30 FPS. We could probably even get to 60 to be honest, but what I would need is a visibility set for every sector. My plan eventually is to raycast out from each sector and get each visible sector, and so instead of just this heuristic inside of a sector, we would only iterate over the visible sectors instead of, because right now we are basically drawing everything even if it's behind walls. We do have back face culling, but for example floor that it lays behind walls that we're looking at, we're still rendering that because we don't have a Z buffer on the ps1, so there's no way to cull properly. Okay, this is really annoying. So let's say we have a position of 900, a normal of 230 over 300. what you really want, what you really want is this. What you really want is this. You want to be able to do this, but we're not allowed because of the ps1. That's what you want. Maybe it just lets us do it though. I don't really know. But that's what you want. That's what I'm trying to figure out how to do in fixed point. How difficult is it for modern games to improve on performance if the game is released with bad performance? If I understand with a patch, how difficult is it for modern games to improve on performance? Oh, that's a good question. All right, peace out. Oops. Have a nice night. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. I think it's probably pretty hard depending on the bugs, but obviously they did it with certain games like I don't know, games that had bad performance and then didn't. I guess like Cyberpunk or whatever. But I mean, I think it's probably depending on the bug that's causing bad performance. So, I feel like most performance bugs are probably like a part of the game design in a way that you wouldn't be able to patch them out. Like if it's like kind of the whole thing is a problem, you know? I wonder if is this yeah, that really explodes us. And I wouldn't imagine that it's this, right? I don't imagine that it's that at all, to be honest. Yeah, that shoots us into the sky. Can I do this in... I mean, I just don't think that this allows us. Like, this is the problem. This is the problem. Yeah. There's gotta be a way for us to do this. Oh, maybe we have to shift. Hold on. To shift by... This is the reciprocal of that. But we... Hold on, we can't get that, though. This is so complicated in my head. doing division on the PS1 is really, really difficult, as we now know. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to basically, for everybody who hasn't been here, I'm trying to port this formula over to the PS1. The problem is that obviously our normals on not the PS1, our fractions are in floating point from -1 to 1, of course. This is important for this function, right? Because you're supposed to be multiplying by a fraction. You're supposed to be multiplying by something that isn't greater than 1, right? The issue is that we can't have floating point numbers on the PS1. So my idea was, okay, we'll just divide by the reciprocal, right? Because if you multiply times 3/4, right, which is 0.75, the equivalent to that would be dividing by 4/3. The issue is that that still is a fraction. That still is a floating point number. Make a division class? It wouldn't matter because there's still floating point, you know? Like, 4/3 is still a floating point number. You see what I mean? So what has to happen is we have to do some smart, like, bit shifting and modulus stuff, I think. I think it's probably going to look like something like this, right? You're probably modulus at the end with something else. That gives you like a scale to modulus 2. It's tough though. 300 over the normal. I wonder if... Can the PS1 even natively process floats? No, that's why we're have this problem in the first place. That is the problem. That is the problem. The formula requires the values to be floating point. But my idea was basically, okay, so let's just multiply everything by 300 or put it into fixed point, right? And then let's just do the math like that. The issue is that that doesn't work. The issue is that that doesn't work. Right, because we tried this. So what we decided on was, I was like, okay, so let's just do this times this, right? And then this times this. Um, I mean, all of these are now useless. The issue is that, so the thing is, a normal is supposed to be a fraction, right? And not 250, you know? But I have an idea. No, this isn't it. There has to be a way to do this. There has to be, right? Even if it's like, let's just think about the principle here, right? The normal is being multiplied times. So what would this give us? Yeah, isn't this it? Isn't this it? Isn't this it? I feel like that's it. My slope C is stuck in bad, not enough units land. Oh. The normal dot x is 0 here. So then you need to basically put it in this. So if so reciprocal x equals pos dot vx modulus p dot. So you just replace this with the reciprocal again. Oh, actually, it's just right here. But we want to change this to a modulus. I know it seems like I'm just doing random things here, but why is it so small? Oh. Why is our slope C stuck? Doesn't really, no, this, I think that this is wrong now. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Well, that might have had something to do with it. Okay, well that just shot me up into the stratosphere. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I may be, like, out of ideas on this. Wait, did I just figure it out? Fuck, did I just figure it out? Hold on, let me try the slope up here. Don't crash. What are you doing? Okay, it's just lagging. I think I just figured it out. I just kind of brute forced it. Okay, well that just... Yeah, that's really not what you want. That's really not what you want at all. I may try some different shape slopes because this one is kind of an odd. It's hard to tell what's going on here. But this appears, I mean, it is super janky. Like the slope Z is changing. Based on our X, even though it's our X isn't even supposed to be a part of the equation. Like, because we're moving in the X direction. PS1 vibes 100%. I appreciate that. It actually is on the PS1. This is a emulator. That's why we're doing all of this math without fractions. No, it definitely isn't. You don't. Huh. This is the same exact thing. This is yeah. Just stop being stupid. Gosh, yeah, the lag today is very annoying. Yeah, so why is our X changing the outcome of the equation? Though. Let's try negating the D. I mean, this seems correct-ish. Uh-oh. It almost seems like the only point where it's failing is at the edges, where we go onto these other triangles. The rest seems okay. Oh, it also... Yeah, we should really make a better slope to test this on. Yeah, you see? It goes to 300. Wonder if this isn't working. I guess I could try this. What is it they say? Rome wasn't built in a day or something? $13, $124. What is slope Z actually giving me? Is slope Z giving me what we... Slope Z is giving me what we return. Yeah. You probably want this is what you want, but the math is not doing it's not going great today. Yeah, it just seems like yeah. Yeah, I don't think that this is actually correct. uh maybe it's this. Oh gosh. The modulus math is crazy. It's really crazy. Uh so you have the normal if I think it's this. You just kind of jump up here. But on this, it works. On this slope works. I think we're close. But this slope works pretty well. Or wait, no, maybe you just jump up. Yeah, you just kind of jump up. It'd be funny if someone ported Doom over to my engine. I think that would be sick. That would be super sick. You could totally do it. Totally do it. Doom on the ps1 would be totally sick. Or, I mean, on the other engine would be sick as well. Yeah, this is tough. Because at what point do you just like not understand what the code is doing at all at this point? Yeah, now it's giving me encoding overloaded. Oh, my bad, dude. Like, bro. It's so annoying. Today. Okay, no, this isn't working at all. Gosh, the lag is annoying today. Isn't there already a PSX Doom port? I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. I don't know anymore. Is it even an official PS1 version of Doom? That's crazy. The lag is killing me. The lag is killing me. I might have to like restart my laptop to get rid of it, to be honest. This is not normal. Okay, well, we shot up there, so this is not correct either. God. I wish that there was a way for me to figure this out properly, but... Check age top. Okay, I will. I'm using NVIDIA top. Honestly, doesn't look bad at all. So I don't really know. Oh, you know what I didn't do? You know what I didn't do? I didn't kill my compositor. That probably was why. Yeah, running the stream with the compositor on breaks everything. This makes sense, right? So you're getting, so the normal modulus 300, right? That gives you, in our case, it's 212, right? So 212 would give us, whatever, like 80. And then 80 modulus the position gives us something crazy huge, right? So like 7,000. And then we take the position and we minus that to get the top part of the fraction. Right? Or maybe you just want the bottom part of the fraction. Because the normal modulus that gives you like 80. Maybe it is just that then, because you want the top part of the fraction, right? So maybe it's just, hold on, 212 modulus of position. Yeah, I might need to get more coffee to do this, to be honest. This is incredibly difficult to figure out this math. It's incredibly difficult. You hate cheaters? Who's cheating? Like, in terms of relationship. Cheaters. Yeah, me too. Oh, they're cheating in Minecraft, I see. I think that we might have to get a canvas out and start okay. 88 modulus. That gives you a huge number. Definitely not the fraction. $212. That gives you a massive number. That's way too much. What you want to get over here is you want to get about 6,000 out of this. 5,000, 6,000. What's 9,000 divided by 300? 30. Now there's no way, that's way too small. $30 times 88 gives you 2,000. $9,000 minus 9,000 minus 2600 is 6400. 6400. And what's 212 divided by 300 times 9,000? The exact same number. Holy shit, did I just figure it out? Okay, hold on. 9,000. Okay, 9,000 divided by 300. Let's write this down. So our pos.vx divided by 300 is 30. This gives you 30. Now you're multiplying this times 88. You multiply this times 88. And 88 you get from that, in our case, is 212 modulus 300, which is p.normal.x modulus 300. Then you multiply this. Okay? Then this is pos.vx minus this. That's the correct. This is the correct thing. Yes. That's it. Now that we have that, we still need to figure out how to do the y stuff at the end. Which I feel like that's just guesswork at this point. So in this case, we're going to have 6,360. We add the d. We're adding the d value. And then we have to divide by the normal y, which in this case is not a fraction. So we have to fractionize it, right? So in this case, we have... Let's just not even take into account the d. We don't really care about the d right now. So we have 6,400 in this example now that we have. Now we need to divide this by our normal y, which in our example here is 212 as well. So let's just see what that is. 6,400 divided by 212 gives you about 30. About 30. 30.18, okay? And that's not correct. What you actually want is you want to divide it by 212 divided by 300, which gives you that 0.7. So 6,400 divided by 0.7 gives you 9,000. So what you actually want is 9,142. Okay? So this in our example gives from 9,000 to 9,142. Okay? So how do we get that? Well, we can follow a similar principle to what we did here. Was we wanted 9,000 divided by 300. Wait. No. We wanted 9,000 times the times the reciprocal of, so 300 over 2. 300 divided by 212. Yes, and then you divide it by the reciprocal. Yeah, so how do you do this? Divide by 0.7. Divide by 0.7. I think we just have to try something. So, first of all, we have 6400. If we just modulus it with 212, that's going to give us a bogus number. What we did last time was that we modulus 212 with 300, which gave us 88, and then we multiplied that times, in this example, 6400 divided by 300, right? Give us 21. 21 times 88. This is 1,877. If I just add that, is that it? No. No, we're about 1,000 short. God, I'm close here. I'm close to figuring it out. $6,400 to 9,100. For dividing by a fraction, it's the same thing as multiplying by the reciprocal. So in this case, we're dividing over 212 over 300, so the reciprocal would be 300 divided by 212. which gives you that number, right? And so if you multiply that times 6,400, you get, yeah. But we can't do that. We can't do that because we don't have floating point numbers. Can't we do the same thing that we already did, though? So we had a multiplication with a fraction. And then what we ended up doing was the fraction we modulus with the bottom. So in this case, wouldn't you be doing the opposite? You'd be doing 300 modulus 212, right? $212. Right? Yeah, so this gives you 88. That gives you 88. Then 212 modulus 300, of course, just gives you 212, right? So that would be the opposite of what we just did. So that would be 212 times 212 times the normal. Wait. No, it would be 212 times this divided by no. You want it divided by wait, what? Divided by 212 times 212? What are you talking about? Wait, hold on. No. What? What are you talking about? Oh god, I just confused myself. No, there's no way that that's it. There's no way that that's it. There's no way that... Yeah, there's just no way that this is... It just simplifies to... What? we're dividing by a fraction, then we're multiplying times the reciprocal. And in this case, that would be 300 over 212. And so if we do the exact same thing that we already did, that simplifies to 212 modulus 300, which equals 212. Times that divided by 212. What the fuck, dude? I just got lost in the sauce here. What if that's not correct then? Hold on. What if that's not correct? I think this is it. I think that's it. We just have to test with different slopes. Yeah, this thing is really buggy. Because it doesn't choose the highest one. Okay. Are we sure that that isn't it? I feel like that looks more correct. I don't have confidence that this sideways slope is working. Probably have to check with some different slopes. Yeah, it looks like you go up and then down. Down, up, down. Although that feels kind of natural, actually. I wish you could see the slope Z there. It's just giving you negative nothing. Doesn't show you anything there. Hey, what's up, Frumpy? I mean, I think that this is working now. Like, that seems to be working pretty well. But I'm not sure about this sideways slope. I have to maybe go into Blender right now and try to make a different slope that has easier for us to debug on. Alright, if it's a little off-topic question, and maybe you already have a video about that, but how is my engine structured, like in the general sense? That's a good question. So I have, this is my ps1 game. It isn't really an engine, per se, but my game engine is what I use to make the maps for the PS1 game. So in terms of the structure of my engine, that's kind of a hard question to answer. So I guess we kind of restructured it recently, right? So basically everything is a material, is how you could think of it, right? So we have this array of materials that we start off with. This is initialized default materials. This is called, after we have already set up our default VAO layouts, which, if you don't know, that's the vertex attribute. Forget what the O stands for, but that's an OpenGL thing, an OpenGL term. It's basically just the layout of all of our buffers. So let's say we have a triangle, a geometry triangle, right? Every single one of those vertices, you want to have a certain amount of data that is stored per vertex, right? So that's the VAO layout, right? And so we set all those up, right? And that's user facing. So I have these arrays of VAO layouts that a user would be able to say, oh, I want a VAO layout with all of these attributes. For example, I want it to have 4 floats, right? I want it to have 2 floats here and 2 floats there, right? And so we take that in, right? We pack it as a byte buffer, a generic byte buffer, right? All of your information, we pack it in, right? And so you get that buffer, right? And then down here where you have your materials, right? So now that wall has the layout of geometry. This one just has a default VAO layout, right? So that would be your material for whatever wall is that you have that vertex layout. You also have a shader that's attached to a certain material. So as a user, you can create your own shader, right? You call these functions. So let's say you want a new shader, you initialize it, you add uniforms to it, and then you can also add frame buffer textures to it, right? So you add those uniforms to it, you create that shader, and then over here with your materials, you say, oh, I want this shader that I set up earlier. You also have the name, right? The name is just, that's not actually tied to anything. It's just when you import it, right, whatever name you give it. Then the frame buffer is, if you're unfamiliar with OpenGL, a frame buffer is basically the buffer texture that you are drawing to, is the best way that you could say it. It's you switch them out, right, and then draw to a new one. You're drawing to a different set of textures, right? And then those textures you can use in the different draw passes, right? So let's say you have a depth texture. If you're drawing to that frame buffer, you're drawing to that depth texture. You can use that later to do your lighting or whatever. This frame buffer just says, oh, for this material, we're going to do it on this frame buffer. So why the materials are important to the structure of the engine is that they aren't actually only in diegetic kind of world space of whatever you're creating, right? So it's not only for the sky or for the walls, right? But also for the very post-processing itself. For example, we can create a material now that's called bloom, right? Which has a certain VAO layout of full screen, which has a shader that we call bloom, and then our own frame buffer that we set up, right? So if you're a user, right, then you can just add on to this array of materials and say, I want a certain post-processing effect. I'm supplying the shader. I'm supplying the VAO layout. I'm supplying the frame buffer, and my engine will render it because our render loop looks like da 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 da. If I can find it, our render loop is right. All of this is deprecated. This is the entire render loop. Render scene new is here. So we take all of your, we basically take your materials, we pack them into what I call render groups, right? With your given buffer layout and all of that, and then we just iterate over them, and then we just take your parameters and render. So that's the basic structure of the engine, right? Very, very broad kind of how it goes from the user input to what you see on the screen. That's how it works, right? So you give the engine your shaders, your VAO layouts, your frame buffers during setup, right? I showed you how that looks like, but for the frame buffer, it looks like this. This is how you create a new frame buffer. You just give us a certain amount of parameters for a certain amount of textures, and then you pass it in like this, and then we create a frame buffer with that name. So you create your frame buffers, you create your shaders, you create your VAO layouts, and then you pass in your materials, right, which you can pass in all of this stuff in a JSON, right, and then you pass all that stuff to the engine, and then the engine just takes that and then draws to the screen based on the shader files that you've compiled, based on the VAO layout that you specified, based on the frame buffer that you set up previous for each material, right? So those materials are generic, so they can be, for example, models, entities, full screen, upscaling, post-processing. The UI has its own UI system, so you can make UI widgets and stuff. Yeah, that's the engine. I know that was a very long explanation, but it is kind of complicated. Thank you for asking. Okay. Now, what was I doing? All right, we are going to. I do not want to save this. We are going to get rid of Krita, and then we are going to do Blender. What window managers do I use? I just use i3. It's pretty default. And if you're asking about IDE, I just use Helix. I'm a very minimalist type of person. I don't really care for any gadgets or whatever. I forget which one of these it is. Oh, it's this one for sure. Okay. Let's try to. I'm really bad with Blender in general. I'm really, really bad. That's why I have my own map editor in my engine. But we are using Blender just to be faster here. So let's first of all let's save as a new map. So just in case for some reason our normals get flipped again, like it did happen before. Use Hyper because it's very themable. Yeah, I've heard about that. I don't know. I run. My laptop is a very, very old, crappy laptop, so any animations would kill it. I have to kill my compositor, everything, to get the stream running, and I run it at 720p. So if we want to do a slope, how do you do this? I don't really, I obviously do not use Blender very often. How do you end up doing this? Do you do it like this, and then you have to do points, right? You have to do this, and then extrude? No, not extrude. You have to move them. I'm wondering if this is going to give us what we want or not. I kind of honestly, I wanted something like a long sideways slope to walk up. Which I don't think that this is going to give me that. Yeah, what you probably need to do is honestly do like this, 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 and then move this up. Right? Are those connected? Yeah? Don't ask me how to use Blender. I don't understand it at all. I kind of want... Maybe I just move this... like this? We all have our strong suits, and mine is not using Blender. That's my strong suit. I'm very good at not using Blender. Dude, I think that this might just have to be it. Okay, first of all, we can just like make a big... We can just make like a big slope that just goes up here. Right, like this. Like this looks good. Little test ramp. That's the wrong axis. Like, I feel like this is pretty good, right? I really don't want to be mean, but what in the world is this layout? Honestly, I just opened up Blender. Like, you can be mean, Arya. Like, it's not like you can be mean. You don't have to like be nice to me, you know? Don't feel pressured. Yeah, I feel like that is probably what you want. Now you want these two together to get the thing. Yeah. Pro tip, select on vertex and control click a new vertex. Oh, really? Whoa. What the hell? That's crazy. That's insane. That just made me like do like a funny streamer voice. That was how crazy it was. What the fuck did I just do? I said, what the hell? Like, what was that? This is cool. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. See, I don't want to be like nice, but I appreciate that. Okay, I think this is what we're rocking with. I think we already added too many triangles, not gonna lie. I think we immediately crash as we load this in. I kinda got carried away. We don't want Y up. We want Z up. I forget which one it is. I'm gonna be completely real with you here. I don't know which one it is. I don't know. We're just gonna have to give it a bit of a test. What folder is this in? It's in here, right? Map 5. Export. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not a Blender Pro. I typically just use, I use this cool program called the Dust Mite map editor. It's pretty neat. You should try downloading it sometime. Just kidding. Okay. Did you see this math that we did? Did you see this math? Oh man, this took a while to figure out. But we did it. We figured out how to multiply it by fractions in fixed point math. We figured it out. Sounds low quality. Okay. It's alright. It's cool. Magic numbers shouldn't exist. What the heck is 300? That's my world scale. Hey, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Jesus. Look at this. 300, 300, 300. It's my world scale. Okay, you know what? You know what? Listen. 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 Actually, you know what? Let's make it a global variable. Define PSX world scale 300. Wow, I can't believe you just came into this chat with this energy. That's like... I can't believe it. I really like... This is... Now people can read my code. Okay. Okay. Jeez, dude, this is crazy. This is like insane. Oh, we already had a map failure. We already had. Mm. uh, I don't know about this. I feel like we're gonna break something right now. I feel like we don't do this. Listen. Listen here. Listen here. Listen here. Okay? We're not doing this now because we're testing something else. Okay? We'll do this later. We'll do this later. I'm wagging my finger in real life at you. Listen. You're gonna break something here. You're gonna fucking break something. And we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You know what I'm doing right now? We're testing out our fucking slope logic that we just spent hours doing the math for. Fucking magic numbers. You can take your magic numbers and shove them where the sun don't shine, okay? I'm coding here. Where is it? Okay. There it is. I don't have any magic numbers in your code. I'm talking about you can take your assertions, your opinions. You can take your you know, okay, so obviously this is incorrect. This is not the correct orientation because this is a black screen. So this was not the correct. So we're going to try this exporting Y forward, I believe. You can't insult me like this. It doesn't work on me. I don't believe you. So you don't need to remember which axis you chose. Once you figure it out, you can save export options in Blender in the top right of the export window. Oh god, you're it's gonna like I don't want it to dox me. Like, what is this? Top right of the export window. What are you talking about? You just press plus here? Is that what you do? You press plus? Press the plus once you get the good values in. Okay. I think you're crashing my computer here. Like, what the fuck just happened, huh? Holy shit. I just installed the Aria virus on my computer. What the fuck did you do? This is on you. What is happening? Yeah, you're telling me keyboard interrupt. I can't believe this. I can't. Why would you do this? Yes, the back door. Yeah, you're just like, it was like a sleeper agent the whole time. My whole computer is broken. Okay. We're gonna try to P-kill it. That worked. Okay. Fantastic. Now this terminal is broken. Okay. Listen. I don't care about the terminal because I already got the map file that I wanted. I feel like this can't be the file size at 2.1 megabytes. That just doesn't sound right to me. That just doesn't sound right in my brain. Hey, slopes. Motherfucker, are you shitting me? Sorry, I didn't mean to say the bad words. Yeah, it's giving me the plane values. It's just, you know, I'm not going up the planes. Hello? Go up the planes, please. I don't know actually what the problem is. Turn around. The thing is, we're not getting into the function because we don't get a printout here. So if we don't get a printout here, then this is what... Huh? What? Oh. Wait, these are in fixed point. Oh, shit. Oh, I forgot. I put it back to fixed point and then I meant to undo that. I meant to undo this. That's why. I meant to undo this. Oh. Arya, I'm sorry, I can't use this code. We gotta delete it. It's got a magic number in it. Oh my god, I forgot. No way. PSX world scale. Oh. There we go. Look at this. And suddenly it will all work. Yep. Yep. You know what? Arya gives me the best advice, so that's why I take it all the time. It is gonna work. Like actually watch this. It's gonna be insane. This is gonna blow your freaking mind. I have a feeling that this isn't correct. I just uh uh gulp. Ah, we shot into the stratosphere. Get me back down. Get me back down. Okay. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, yeah. I didn't even want it to work. Those normals seem off? You seem off. Oh. The normals are multiplied. That felt personal. I was just kidding. I was just joking. What? I thought we were joking. So why negative is positive? Okay. No, it's too late. I hate you now. It's all over. I'm playing the world's smallest violin while, uh, you know. You're distracting me. Are you like trying to sabotage this project or what? So this looked like it worked. You see how this looks like it works? We were celebrating because this looked like it worked, and now we're just realizing that our whole life was a lie. Yes, I was sent over by big tech because they know I'm too powerful. Wow. Wow. This is like a mask off moment. Next you're going to tell me that you actually like Python. In fact, I'm pretty sure yeah, that's what it is. It was a ruse the whole time. No, that's too far. See how negative 300 is directly up when I'm on a flat floor? See, we are like going up the hill. You know what I mean? Like, I will forgive you if you unwrap your model properly. You know, I wouldn't expect you to understand, like, ps1 UVs and the fact that they are much more delicate than going from 0 to 1. They actually go from 0 to the texture size, so misalignment is actually pretty common unless we do it by hand. I wouldn't expect a government operative to understand that, and that's why I know that you're not the real Arya, because the real Arya would the real Arya would know that. So I hate my fucking life. Sorry for assuming that you wrote code that took that into account. Yeah, man. I don't know. Let's just say someone's not getting $1 here, and that person definitely isn't me. You know what? I bet you don't even use the arrow keys. I bet you don't even use the arrow keys. Oh. That's good. That's fucking good. Oh. Hey, smartass, you want to come over here and code this shit? Dude. Oh, dude. I'm losing it. I think I need another coffee because I'm lost. I'm lost. You should have seen the canvas we had earlier, mapping out how to get these reciprocals. This is a copy of this formula in fixed point. Right, because we can't. Normals are supposed to be less than 1, right? So this multiplying is multiplying by a fraction, right? Unfortunately, we don't have floating point numbers on the ps1, so we have to do this. We have to do this. I actually think that this part is correct. It's the end part with this normal y thing that's incorrect. It would be worth writing a fixed point library. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. This formula is gonna become a thing. Okay. Yep. It would be worth it. It would be worth it indeed. So this would be called I don't even know what this function would be called. Yeah, I don't know what that function would be called. So, do you want to like workshop this with me? Okay. Do you want to workshop this with me? I could use some help. And you're feeling really chatty today. So I feel like that means you want to help, right? You want to help, right? Okay. back to the drawing board here. You know, let's get an example straight from the engine. Let's get an example straight from the engine because that's what we did last time. And we walked through it. Okay, so let's say... say we're on this slope, right? The slope is negative 278 with the y, but what we care about, let's do the x first, right? 112x. 112x. I don't know what our x is though. Let me make sure. Let's get this x printed out first. Okay? So let's do okay, so let's just print out what that is. Okay, so at this slope 112, our I printed this out. World scale undefined. Ah. Look away. Okay. So real world example. 8529. Okay. And we have a plane at negative 112 is the x. Excellent. Oh my heart, you're killing me with those numbers. Okay, so we have the normal, we have the player X. So let's do this again. Let's do this again. All right. So the PSX world scale. The PSX world scale, by the way, is 300, but we had to write it out like that because Aria wanted it, and whatever Aria says goes, right? So what we were doing was modulus 112, right? Let's keep the sign going here. So this would, of course, be 188. Okay. Right? I'm not stupid here. Unless I'm doing this backwards. Isn't this backwards? Maybe it was just backwards. Hold on. What, you think I didn't see that? See what? You have no proof. Huh. Okay. So, what caused you to write that? Was it the magic numbers? It must have been some magic numbers. Oh, my bad. Okay, I think that this is the right way around. I literally did it in my calculator earlier. It's... Yes. Okay, so negative 188. So what we did earlier was that we then divide this by the PSX world scale. I just got here. Are you adding Sanskrit? Is that a Pokemon? Surskit? It's the one that that looks like a spider. A blue spider on the water. I'm just kidding. I don't know what that is, though. No, it's a language. My bad. My bad. These magic numbers, I gotta kick the habit, you know? Okay, so this is 8529 divided by 300, right? 28.43, and then we multiply this times negative 188 in this case. Then we get negative 5,344. And then it's the position minus that. So this is 8529 minus minus a negative. So that's a positive 5,000. What was the number that I just had? 5344. And this gives me 13,000. I feel like that's pretty high, but let's... You're drawing hieroglyphics then, I don't know what's going on. Oh, Lamel, that's what you meant. Right, yeah, so I'm sorry, but my handwriting isn't that great. Especially when I'm drawing with the mouse on a glass patio table. So, but yes, these are numbers. So with my method for the X part, we get 13,873. So let's calculate what it would be like if we just did it regularly. If we just did it regularly, it would be negative 112 over 300 times 8529. Okay, we get something completely different. So, we get negative 3,184. So, what did we learn here? We learned that sometimes, just because something works in one specific case, it doesn't work in every case. So that's what we learned. I'm glad that we learned this. Okay. So, everything we knew was a complete lie. So, this is completely fucking wrong. And... yeah. Cool. 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 Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, very cool. I'm gonna lose my cool. I'm gonna lose my cool. Okay. So this is the output that we want. We want 3,184 from this number from this number. Okay. Yeah, I think I need another coffee. Arya, what do you think? What do you think? How do we do it? How do we do it? How do we do it? I think you should look into something called Make PSX ISO. Why is that? Is there, I mean, like, was there a joke coming here, or? Was there a joke that I missed, or? Ignore that message. You can just delete it again. You know, you already did that once. Let's think. Okay, 8529 divided by 76. I don't get it. Maybe we had the sign wrong. Hold on. 8529. No. We had this right. We just had the sign wrong. 8529 minus 5,344. 3185. Which is exactly the correct answer. So this is actually correct. I think that it's this that has to change. Add the D value. Cry yourself to sleep every night because you can't figure this out. You can't figure it out. You can't figure it out. You can't figure it out. You're a loser. 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 Can't figure it out. Big loser. Oh my god, dude. This is correct. Wait. You want negative? Oh. You flip the sign again? I think we gotta print out whatever reciprocal x is just to make sure that we are correct with the math. I haven't had music on this entire time, by the way. This is completely silent, you know. So we unfortunately ran out of space there. We ran out of space there, so that's what that was. No, that reciprocal x is indeed wrong. That reciprocal x is indeed wrong. That's a very different thing than we just calculated, actually. It's very different. Maybe it is minus? I don't know. Reciprocal like 6-3. 6-3-8-3. I felt like this was backwards. The fuck are we talking about? How's this 5,000? We just did this shit on a calculator. On a calculator, motherfucker. And you're telling me that it's not the same number that I just did on a calculator on my phone. We have to figure out where it's going wrong. The first part is 76. Huh? Wait a second. No way Arya was right. Wait, yeah, why? Oh my god, you were so right, actually. Hold on a second. I think I figured it out. This isn't... Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Hey dude, I like the setup. Keep it up. What is your terminal font? Oh, Aria, thanks. No, the sign is wrong. The sign is wrong. So just stop being stupid. Stop being stupid. Use your fucking noggin for a second, please. Do you hear that bird? That's a crazy bird. That's a crazy bird. Here. My brain isn't working right now. My brain is no longer working. This is it right here. 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 Okay. Yes. Negative 188. Then... Oh, the slope Z was correct. It was correct. It was correct. It was correct. It was correct. 3176. Yes. Yes. Fucking use your brain. Use your brain. Use your brain. Use your brain. Oh, I can't do that because of fucking thing, man. This isn't gonna work. It isn't gonna work. It isn't gonna work. It isn't gonna work. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Hold on. Now we have to we have to think. We have to think. We have to think. First of all, this no longer has to be changed. Swanged? It isn't gonna work, but that's okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're gonna figure it out. This is C. What's up, Miguero? I'm kind of locked in right now. Oh, sorry, Stormy, I didn't see. Is your presented image scaled with bilinear, or is it just the video compression quality? I'm not really sure. This is on the ps1, so it's in 320 by 240. So it's all nearest, I'm pretty sure, on the thing. Yeah. Let's try linear. Ooh, now it looks real shitty. I'm just kidding. It kind of does look muddy though with the filtering, so I typically turn it off. And also do dithering. So dithering is cool. Dithering is very cool. Okay, it's not gonna work, but let's not worry about it. We gotta think here. So now we know what the formula is. We know what the formula is. But we have to think here because we're supposed to be dividing by a fraction. So it's the opposite. It's the opposite of what we just did. So we were multiplying by a fraction here, right? And now we're dividing by a fraction. Dividing by a fraction is the same as multiplying by its reciprocal. So we just do this. We just do what we just did, but the other way around. Just do it the other way around, okay? Okay, so let's focus here. Let's focus. So let's get. We have to get. Let's get the reciprocal x plus reciprocal plus p dot d. Okay, let's just get this number so that we can work with correct numbers. Okay. No, you're gonna tell me the number. Like right now, you're gonna tell me the number. Okay, so the number is about 6,300. Okay. I've been waiting on a delivery of dill pickle sunflower seeds all day, and it's been really tough. Yeah. It's kind of crazy how fast the project compiles. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. It's awesome. Did you know it's so fast because it uses this tool called make PSX ISO. Oh, you never heard it? You should really try it out. 63. We're gonna say 6337. Can you do pre-compiled headers in C? Pre-compiled headers. Well, considering that I don't know what that is, probably not. Maybe I'm just stupid. Can I write a C compiler in PHP? Probably. Can I do it? No. But Aria can. So if my intuition is correct, we're dividing this by 300. It's possible. Yep. And Aria can do it. Okay. 6337 divided by 300. What does this mean? Arya, can you implement? 21 point. This gives us 21.12. The problem is, I don't really know what the value we want from this is. So 6,337 divided by what's the y normal? I totally forgot to actually get that number. The y normal is negative 278. So negative 278 is the yn. Okay. What's this? This is ps1 programming. We are doing some math so that we can do collision. What I mean is the process is the reward, not the end result. Facts. That shit is mad philosophical, yo. Do I have an experience with metamorphism in C, like Kafka? Like Kafka? No, I don't. I don't have an experience with it. But that shit is mad Kafka-esque, yo. I'm sorry, I'm in a funny mood today. Okay, so what we want is 6,337. What we're trying to get is this divided by negative 279. That equals negative 22, but I think that this is a coincidence. This is totally a coincidence. There's no way that these are this is not no. Get that out of your head. That's not correct. That's not correct because this is not, Oh, wait, this isn't even, it's supposed to be it. We're supposed to be dividing by, no, this is negative 279 divided by 300. Yes. We're divided by 0.93, negative 0.93. So this is 6,337 divided by negative 0.93. So the end result that we want is negative 6,813. Okay? That's what we're trying to get. There's no such thing as a coincidence. That's a good reference. Polymorphism and metamorphism are different. Polymorphism changes your code into a slightly different dog. Metamorphism is dog turned into a hydra. Damn. I'm trying to think of that. Damn, that shit is mad elevated, yo. Should I buy an IBM model right now? I used to have an IBM typewriter. Oh, Model M. Oh. Yeah, that's a different thing. Okay. You know, I've got this shirt on today. I just remembered this shirt that I'm wearing today. You know what it says on this shirt? It says Rap Life. Okay. In big, bold letters. Rap Life. Now you may be wondering, why do I have such a cringy t-shirt, right? So the story behind this t-shirt, you know, this t-shirt actually, the tag on the back has the Apple logo. Believe it or not, this t-shirt is an Apple Music t-shirt that I got when I catered an event for Apple Music. And they gave us these t-shirts. that say Rap Life on them. And it's the cringiest, most, like, this is an official Apple t-shirt. And it's bizarre to me. It's bizarre to me why they would, like, I don't really understand. When they handed me it, it was like, I just stepped into, like, the Twilight Zone or something. Sounds cool AF, though. A t-shirt that says Rap Life. Yeah, man. Okay, so we need to get from here to here. Okay. Leonardo's right, it sounds cool. Okay. I can't believe you'd take a side on this. That's... Wow. You know what, Arya, I was just thinking about this. Actually, do you want to have this t-shirt? I mean, if you like it so much. My terminal is ghosty. My terminal is ghosty. Okay. We gotta lock the fuck in, bro. Okay. It looks like... you led him astray. How could you do this? Okay, we gotta focus because we're streaming right now, and streamers are supposed to be making things. Fuck, man. Okay, so pause. We're just replacing pause with all of this. We're replacing pause with all of this, right? So we're gonna say int middle part. Don't ask me. Don't ask me right now. Okay. So don't those get switched around? Wait. Maybe this becomes positive. Okay, let's do this in our head here. 300. No, it has to be switched. It has to be switched. It would be 300 minus, if we do it with our current convention, it would be 300 minus 279. And then we switch the sign, so that would be, that would be, 21, negative 21. And then we do negative 21, this would be times this over this, so times 21.12. This is with our current convention, and then we would add that to that. But I don't think that this is correct. I think that this is backwards. But we're doing it this way first because I need to figure out how to turn it around. 21.12. This gives us 443 plus 6337. Wait a minute, do you just switch the sign? Wait, do you just... Oh, shit. Tell me that we have it. Please. Please tell me that we have it. Oh, wait. Shit. Shit. This is supposed to be middle part. Come on, come on, come on. What are you talking about? I got the right number. I got the right number. I got the right number. Dude, this is the correct number, though. This is the correct number, though. Wait. Hold on, hold on. I just found a backdoor to any Linux's PC. If you got their PC boot into a Linux environment, then CI's root into their drive, either make a secret user or change the root password. Oh, are you listening? Why use Discord for your community? Wouldn't Matrix be a better fit? Like, the movie? We found our way into the sky, into the ether. It's not a back door, that's just installing spyware. Yeah, I'd trust Aria's opinion on that. Hacked my computer earlier today. The Matrix. It seems just backwards. Am I tripping, or is it just backwards? That, like, the slope is backwards, right? Maybe we just literally swap the normals here. I just went into outer space. Swap the normals, then subtract, then add the PD. Add the PD, yeah. Maybe the Y normal, maybe this. Maybe this sign just swapped. And this makes me go into the ether. I don't know. This also makes me go into the ether. Dude, this is such a bummer. This is like... This kind of looks like it's correct. It looks like it's correct in terms of like us going upwards in a correct scale. However, we are like 1,000 feet in the air. Dude. What we didn't try is we didn't try to put the scale over the middle part. Hey, Sleepy Mushroom. How you doing? I think I might need another coffee. This is like this. I've said that I need another coffee too many times. So I think I've said it like 10 times so far. So I'm just going to give. You working with a corrupted screen space texture, and I'm good. Yeah, so it's kind of it's the UVs aren't correct. On the ps1 it's kind of hard to get correct UVs straight out of Blender. Is this me actually guessing or actually thinking it through? Well, a bit of both. I mean, that's what this has been all about. So I think that this is correct. This is correct. What we're trying to do is we are trying to basically do this in fixed point math. So without using floating point values, which isn't very fun. So I converted to integer. Yeah, this is all in integer space. Isn't very fun. Isn't very fun. Yeah, so this is the part where I don't think that this is correct. That's the part where I don't think it's correct. But this, we checked our values against the expected value, and this is all correct. But this... would simply scaling the UVs by the texture width when you load the model work? Yeah, I tried that. It doesn't. Blender just doesn't really respect it. I calculate my own UVs because of that, but they're still like off by like a fraction on slope specifically. What seems to be the problem? Um, we're trying to do this math that is supposed to be done in floating point in integer space, right? Using modulus stuff. That's what we're doing, right? So it's not a lot of fun, but I'm going on a coffee break and I'll think about it. I'm going to get. Yeah, exactly. They just wrap around if they're too big. Well, that's the reason. So the reason why this is a different texture on it, why this is the ceiling texture. If you remember the ceiling texture, the grading that I have, this just goes straight onto the next place on the frame buffer, right? So that's why that's a different texture. Because if it gets one extra number, then it just goes over into the next place. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. What's your name? Oh. I'm reading the chat. I'm eating my Chinese food. Okay. Oh, the platform is banned in Turkey. Wow, that sucks. Wow, really? Why'd they ban it? That's crazy. I'm not a big Discord fan, to be honest. It's just everybody's on Discord, so. Do you live in Turkey too? PayPal? That's nuts. That's nutso kabutso. So basically, this is us multiplying by a fraction, right? So this is us multiplying the fraction that is the normal times the position, right? So what we want to do is we want to implement the opposite of that because we want to divide by a fraction. I think PayPal too. Tunisia, similar. Tunisia. That sucks. That does suck. Partly YouTube and Wikipedia text sharing websites, and now Discord. Wow. That's insane. Why are they doing that? Like, what is the deal? Is it like dissent or something? Okay. So we need to do the opposite here. Semicelic. Yeah, I can't say I'm familiar. I may look that up. To try and figure out. That's interesting. I feel like we have to make a new one here. We have to make a new one here. So let's get our printout here. Okay, so 6283. 6283 112. This is negative 112. Oh, no. It isn't negative 112. This is 278. Right, and so this divided by 300. Let me do this on the calculator real quick. 278 divided by 300 gives me 0.92, so negative 0.92. And so typically we would be... Okay, that's the high testosterone motorcyclist that I was talking about. Divide by 0.92. This gives us Negative 6829.3. This is the number that we want. Okay? How do we get here? Well, we have to do the opposite of this. How do we do the opposite of this? Yeah, those are the only two options. Yeah, those are the options. So, or this gives you before we had a negative there, but yeah. So then this, before we divided by 300, that was what we did this for. You know what might be even dividing by a fraction is the same as multiplying its reciprocal. So we could just treat this if this was this. Right? So you literally just go here, 278. Not 278. P dot normal dot y. Okay. And then you just swap these around. Shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. That part shouldn't matter. Is that it? Is that the correct thing? Then I wonder if you change the sign here. Probably not. The issue is that we're very high in the sky. That's the issue. The issue is that we're really high in the sky. Is this it? Are we just... This might be it, but we might just like... Our normals might not just be orientated correctly. This looks like nearly it to me. Let me test something. Let's get rid of early returns on these, on flat surfaces. It's hard. It's hard to tell. See, this is definitely backwards. But these seem almost correct. Well, this isn't. Alright, peace out, Arya. Yeah, it looks like it just dips every time you go onto a different tile. Don't know why that is. I'm unsure if the math is wrong or if it's something else. It's also pretty strange that we get kind of like put outside of the map sometimes. Yeah, it's like this goes down. I kind of wish that this was a full unit just so that I could know. This is a different, so this is as soon as it changes, I remember that we had to clamp. So this is what this is. This is a clamping that we do. I think I can clamp it here. So if our yes, so if our slope Z is greater than the ceiling Z or less than the floor Z. So this is going to be the exact same as in my as here. I'm pretty sure that they're swapped. Bottom. Never mind. Oh, they aren't negated. Let me try this. Okay. Seems to be the opposite. Your power just went out? My power it goes out here all the time. I think that this is it. I mean, it's not very smooth. Right when I was installing something? Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, puts me outside of the map because it shoots me under the ground sometimes. Only on certain faces. So this is annoying. It breaks the chunk loading. Like, what? Why is that not loading the correct chunk? What kind of game am I making? I'm not really sure. Just programming for the ps1. Having a bit of fun. So this works, but this doesn't. Yeah, maybe I could do that. I think it may be a kind of a more sinister issue though. Like I'm looking at the normal here to try and see. Oh, you know what? You know what? It's because of why these aren't working is because because of this. We should really have this like $2.99 actually. This is $2.99 because that's one less than our world space unit. So yeah, this is backwards, obviously. So I have to figure out how to swap that. Yeah, these chunk borders are really annoying. Yeah, like I don't understand what happens here. It's if I walk over this hill into the next chunk, it unloads. It doesn't load the next chunk. Yeah, I may have had like some old code that actually checks player Y when loading the next chunk, so maybe I have to get rid of that. But yeah, this is backwards. Excuse me. So it is positive Z facing faces and positive X facing. So in terms of normals, that's going to be positive Z normals and positive X normals aren't working. Positive Z and positive X aren't working. I mean, if I do this, does it fix those faces and then break the other faces? No. No, it doesn't. So it's not that sign, apparently. Let me just try literally flipping the normal here, just straight from the thing. No. I need some music. I haven't been listening to music like this whole time. It's been driving me insane. What am I gonna listen to? I had an album that I was gonna play earlier, but I don't know if I'm gonna get copyrighted. If I play it. I don't want the copyright police to get me. Yeah, the copyright police are definitely gonna get me if I play that album. Never mind. Never mind. I'll just play what I was playing yesterday. That was good. That was good. We were playing yesterday. We played some Virtual Dream Plaza stuff. Let's do that again. Okay, let's focus. So negative facing surfaces don't work. If changing the sign here doesn't work, then... Changing the sign here doesn't work, then what? Then what's the problem? Thing is that D value is massive. Yeah, that bug again, I have to fix that. Is that a negative value? This is a positive value. Aha. Okay. So maybe it has nothing to do with this. Maybe it has nothing to do with this. Maybe it's actually... Okay, never mind. I thought that it was the D value then. Maybe it's not. It's... See the Y. The Y is negative. It should always be negative. Yeah, it's always negative on every phase. Our sign swaps there with whatever we're printing out here. I forget. It's this. Well, we're printing out the wrong thing, so that's giving us a bad read. We get exactly the D value? We get the same thing here? Yeah, exactly the D value. Huh. What does that mean? Is this really like... Is this really 2 times the D value in the opposite direction? That's the only way that that would make any sense. 0. Oh, because I forgot to do this. It's giving me bogus info. That's dumb. Yeah, I'm stupid. Oops. Yeah, it was giving me a bad read there. I think that should be basically height. I'm gonna try to get over into that chunk again. Yeah, so the problem is that it keeps growing. I think the only way we're gonna do it is by actually doing printouts for this again. Wait, hold on. Why did it goes down? It goes down briefly after. $262. And we want to get 262 divided by 300. 262 divided by 300. 73 times. You know what I think? What if... What if it's plus and then both of these signs go like this? That's something that I haven't tried. Before I start doing the math again on it. Oh no, that's definitely wrong. That is definitely wrong. Okay, so let's do the math then. So this is 8242 is what we want. Actually, this is no. We want to get a positive 8242. Want a positive 8242. (8242) minus 8413. 8413 minus 8413. So this equals about and I did try swapping this, right? I'm just doing the math in my head right now, and it doesn't really... I can't find another way to do it, you know? Yeah, you see how they're just... the values are going the wrong way is kind of the problem. The values are going the wrong way. So what we're doing right now is we add. So this is 300 plus 262. Hey, what's up, Power Dude? How are you doing? So this is 562. Let's just see for a second if 42 here would do it. So 42, this would be negative 42 times this divided by 300. Let me do the math on that. 9438 divided by 300. 31 times 42. See, 1,000. If you're negative 1,000, That's correct. This is actually how you're supposed to do it. Okay, so we figured it out. We figured it out. You want the absolute difference between these. And then you want to negate it. I'm okay. I've been trying to get into text coding for a while, but my ADD brain is so used to those goddamn scratch puzzle pieces that it's just impossible. What's text coding? Coding using text? Interesting. No, this isn't how you do this. There's probably a much better way to do this. There's probably a much better way of doing this, but hold on. I've actually used Scratch to archive a digital-only album that was taken off streaming services a while back. Wow, that's crazy. Scratch, really? I really never used Scratch myself. Okay, so the sign is swapped somewhere. I feel like it definitely isn't this. Because this would mess up this. Yeah. And that explodes. Hold on, I just did this. Oh, actually, maybe 262. Oh, is it the opposite? If it's greater than 0... No, this is correct. This is correct. This is... Oh, no, this is... No, yeah, you do get this. 300 plus negative... You have 42. You have 42, and then we change the sign. And all the tracks were assigned to keys on the keyboard, so like tracks 1 to 10 would be the number routine. Oh, interesting. I don't think I got him. There's a mosquito. That's cool. That's almost like a sampler. Mosquitoes. Hate them. Yeah, so if it's greater than 0, then we subtract it. So we're subtracting it here, without a doubt. Subtracting that, we get 42, negative 42. Negative 42 times... times 31. Then that's negative 321. Maybe then you add the D. Huh. Strange, because the math is working out on my end. Any resources to learn OpenGL 1.5? Interesting. About legacy OpenGL, I'm not really sure. I gave a good example of it in my video. I know you commented on it. It's the whatchamacallit, what's his name? That book by McKinney. That book is all legacy. All old OpenGL stuff. I don't really know if it's 2 per se. No, the GitHub. The GitHub for I forget the name of it. I linked the GitHub. Yeah. I don't really know if it's in C or C++. I think that it's probably usable for both. Yeah, if we do negative 42 times 31, then we get this mosquito has to die. What version do I use? I use OpenGL 4. 430 quart. This gives me 1321 on my side. For 430? There's a lot of good resources. Like I said, the OGL dev channel is pretty great. Fixed pipelines. Not really sure about fixed pipelines. To be honest, I started with like 230 core and then eventually upgraded. In terms of modern OpenGL, I think that OGL Dev is a really great resource to, you know, like if I was to learn over all this over again, I would probably start with modern OpenGL, especially if you want to do like stuff that is more modern graphics, you know, with like bindless textures and, you know, SSPOs and all that. Then you probably want to go a higher OpenGL version. But if you want to support older hardware, then you can go with an older version. It's up to you. Let me print this out. Let me print this out. Something really basic, an object viewer. I mean, you can do that with any OpenGL version. Oh, I got him! Yes! So this is 8233. Which is what we want. Plus the PD. This still doesn't work, even if we add the D value. So we get 0. So negative 200. I just want to learn, that's the point. Well, you can join our Discord. I mean, there's a lot of people that have built kind of object viewers in there. I think OGL Dev is a great place to learn because he gives kind of like the GLM camera setup and all that. You're joining? Oh, great. Yeah. It's really cool in there. So we're getting 0. No, negative 200. So the middle part is negative 200 here. So what we could get is negative 200. If we were going through the old formula, this would be divided by the y, which is 144 over negative 144 over 300. Yeah, I mean, all the C++ stuff is definitely, you can do it in C for sure. As they say, good C++ is 90% C anyway. 144 divided by 300. This is 0.48. So 200. Oh, it's... Oh, negative 200. Divided by 0.48. It's 416. 416 is what you want, isn't it? 416 would... .416 would make sense, I think. Well, I mean, most of the learning resources are in C++, but I mean, to be honest, they are pretty universal. So this gives us negative 416, which is what we want to get. I want to get negative 416. So if we plug this into our existing formula for the slope, right? So this is negative 200 plus the negated .300 plus the y normal. 300 plus 144. This is negative. So in this case, that's 156, right? Negative, yeah, negative 156. So that's that part of the equation, and then you're multiplying negative 156 times negative 200 over the normal, negative 144. So that would be negative 200 divided by negative 144. That gives you that gives you 1. So negative 156, negative 200 minus 156, negative 356. Ah, shit. This is the issue. This is the issue. Right, because this needs to split up in another thing. Because you can't divide by that, by a fraction. You can't divide by a fraction. So this part right here, middle part, divided by p normal y, has to expand once again into another one of these. Shit. Oh, we finished this track. Sorry, I was really focused on this. He's got some good stuff, but I don't really know what the good ones are. But we listened to a really good one last night. It was or yesterday. Yesterday there was a really good one. It's the one with the this one. This one's a banger. This one's a banger, man. Okay, so as I said, so this needs to be expanded. The reason why this needs to be expanded is because we can't divide. We can't divide by a fraction. Can't divide by a fraction. Gonna follow my wise words. I wouldn't consider myself very wise, but I appreciate that. Okay. So the middle part divided by the fraction. This is going to expand into the exact same duplicate of this. Wait a second. Wait, this is already what we're doing here. That's already what we're doing there. Well, we're multiplying by this fraction. Middle part over p normal dot y. We're multiplying by that fraction. Which means that we can do this pattern. We can do this pattern. Do this pattern. Except instead of the pause, we're multiplying middle part. The difference of the scale, which is the denominator, and the denominator in this case is p normal dot y. So and the normal, but the normal the No, it's if your middle part is greater than 0. If middle part is greater than 0, then you want to do diff y is equal to then you multiply this times, this is not the pause, this, this is the other part of the equation. So this would be and then we put it over the world scale, which was the denominator. So in this case, oh wait, no, middle part plus. Did something wrong here. Diff y is the difference between normal's always positive. So in this case, it's what? It's what? It's 262? No, I think that's not the y. I forget. Oh, it's negative 144. Negative 144. Oh wait, this is negative? Oh right. Right. Oh yeah. So this is always, we have to negate that. Never mind. Did something wrong here again? So negative 144. If middle part is greater than, so this is... We want that. That didn't fix it. But in this case, it's negative 144. Now it's plus the middle. No. It is a negative middle part. But you're already negating this. You're already negating this. So this is 144 minus 200. Which gives you a negative 56. And then we negate this again, so this is just 56. We might have to flip the sign on that, but let's just calculate it out. So 56 times the world scale plus the normal. So the difference between the world scale and the normal, which in this case is 156. .156 over the normal, which is 144. Wait a second. Oh shit. Oh man, wait a second. This just simplifies into 1. -1. So that becomes 56. Wait a second. No, you don't add middle part at the end. No, this is wrong. What is the stand-in for the position here? The stand-in for the position should be whatever we put on top of the PSX world, on top of the denominator. I don't know, there's a lot of sign switching happening here, so it's kind of hard to figure out. Just joined the server? Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. That's pretty awesome in there. This might not work. This may not work. This track is so awesome, man. This track is just beautiful. Maybe it's really quiet, I don't know. Usually want this. I really dropped the ball there. Use a negative normal plus the positive. Negative normal. Minus the negative. Yeah, is a positive. Yeah, so that, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Should really be printing out the unclamped so that I can see what it is actually and not negative 5,000, 6,000. Wow, that's big. The thing is, I'm not even sure if it's a problem with the sign. I'm not even sure if it's a problem with the sign. Why were we putting this on the top? Can't really remember now. The difference between the world scale and the normal. Just 156. There's another mosquito. Putting on more bug spray, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't seem to deter him at all. This was technically supposed to be this. So really it's just 156. Negative 156 minus dude, I got him. I saw him with his... Dude, like... He got a long bite on me. Jesus. Ow. That hurt. Jeez. Anyway, back to what I was doing. The world scale plus the normal, that's this part is 156, right? Is the Y normal on this surface even? Ow, this stings. This bite. Ugh. It's the worst. Two 260. No, it's 144. It is 144. 144 and the X is 260. So this is 144. Negative 144 plus. What did we have for the middle? Finally got him. Jesus. He was trying to get to the one part of my arm that doesn't have insect repellent on it. The little bastard. Huh. So the problem actually ends up being the RY. Oh wait, no, we knew that. That was the issue. But yeah, that's a massive... That's massive. That isn't what I thought. And what's the middle part? Oh, the middle part is huge. Oh. Is it because of this? Yeah, now the middle part is what we thought. But what comes out is 536. Some sign has to be switched here. Some sign has to be switched to get that correct. Now our slope C is... It's negative 12. I think it's this. That has to be a negative to get negative 400 there. No, now it's 12. What? Am I being stupid or? Hold on, let me. Oh, now the whole thing is. Oh. I just want to get it correct so that I can, like, reverse engineer it. This should be correct. Okay, so we got it. We got it working. That's correct. But now the other side is broken. Does this work for this too? Yeah, it does. Okay. So we got it working. God, this mosquito got an insane bite on me. I don't think I've ever gotten a mosquito bite like this. It's like already itching, like really bad. Jeez. I don't really know if I can play any more music. I don't really have any other music to play. So, I am going to listen to Ivy, though. Because I'm in an Ivy mood. This record's awesome. And you know what? I kind of like Apartment Life more. I'm a big fan of Apartment Life. I think it's like a really great pop record. One of the greatest, in my opinion. So there's a sign switching here. This is actually that, but we were getting see here we have literally, it's in the negative. I want to also make this work for, I think, so it's this. What if I do that and then I get rid of this? No. No. So it's a combination of the D being upside down. This isn't even correct, is it? Yeah, this isn't correct. Yeah, it's been... this has gone through so many permutations now that I don't even know how we simplified this in the first place. Like, I think it used to be this. Or was it this? No, it was this. I'm just trying to get this to work again, just so that I can see what exactly the difference is. but it seems to be off. Is that correct? I think that this is back to being correct. Maybe it was never really correct. I think that the reason it actually does this is because we don't have a heuristic to check which is the highest. Which would be pretty easy to implement, I guess. I want to make sure that that's exactly the issue. Two 272, yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't switch automatically. Doesn't switch automatically to the higher one until that one is completely out of range. Okay. Well, that's whatever. Let's not even worry about that yet. So, what did we do here? So the difference between them is this is plus D, and then this gets rid of this. And now our X-facing sides should be working again. No, I got it wrong. Let's see what the values are. Our RY is wrong. Our RY is wrong. Okay, so it's this. So it's this. Because you need the sign changed. No, that's not it either. You can just literally do this. So the whole RY needs to be shifted. Yeah, there it's working again. Wait. Now it wants me to flip the sign of the whole thing. Ah, I'm so confused. I just want to get it so that it works for both sides at the same time, but... Oh, it wants me to do both. Okay, so... Isn't this the same thing as this? Yeah, it is. So really the only difference is subtracting the D. Do something good. Which one is it? Is it a negative D on that side or not? Yeah, it is a negative D. Okay, so if the D is less than 0, then we want to add else. We want to subtract the D. Well, we could just do an absolute value thing here. Right? We could just do, if it's less than 0, we want to add it. Or can you do that? Wait. Isn't it this? Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. Now this should still work, right? Let me just test this. This should still work for x-facing slopes. Right? Yeah, it does. Oh, I just stepped over the chunk border. That's annoying. So this should work. Yeah, that works. Obviously not going to work for the other side, though, because it needs to be negated. I think, so if I just negate this, now it's going to work. No, this is incorrect. Yeah, I don't think that this is... This doesn't feel correct. And one of these things has a change sign. Yeah, there. This is better. Yeah, this is it. $149. I think we cap at 149. It's hard to tell. $287. Now, yeah, this isn't it either. Oh wait, was that? Yeah, this is correct. This is correct for that side. And then if I change the sign for the whole thing, does it now work for this side? Slope Z equals No, no, it doesn't. How's it going? It's rough. So basically, where I'm at with this is that this combination works for X facing and Z facing slopes, but this works for negative X and negative Z facing slopes. Thank you, White Master. I appreciate that. I I am hoping to get this done. I am very, very much hoping to get it done. The issue is division. The issue is division. This middle part divided by p normal y is not good. Is what it is. It's not good. The idea is that these should probably be the same thing. This and this should be this. Because we took our formula to do this. It sucks. I have both sides working, it's just with two different sets of code. And I guess I could just make it an if statement, but I don't want it to be that flimsy. Reciprocal y should be this, basically. So the formula from up there is that the position, which in this case, just the non-fraction part, is put on the left side. Yeah, the sign is switched. The sign is switched and that doesn't work. Ah, this is cursed. This is also not correct, though. Yeah, this is incorrect. I feel like this was just working now. When I tried it out, this worked. Oh gosh, now I'm second guessing myself on even this. Ugh, gosh. No, yeah, this doesn't work. Because it's pure middle, there's no RY. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Yeah, we only start moving upwards when we have the RY. The RY at the first half doesn't work. Why is that? Can I tell you about your project? My project? Yeah. So this is a PS1 game. It's kind of two projects in one. I have my regular game engine, which is here, right? And this is how I make all the maps for the PS1. So this has been my long-term project, but lately we've been programming on the PS1, which is what this looks like. I think it's pretty cool. We've been trying to get collision working, so that's what I'm working on right now. For these slopes, it is still bumpy, which is what we're trying to fix. But other than that, I'm not really sure what this project is going to turn out to be. Your own game engine? You make PS1 style game or PS1 game? Both. So my personal game engine is in OpenGL. This works on PS1 hardware. Yeah, this is on an emulator right now. So this is my PS1 game, but I also have an engine that works just on the computer, right? But yeah, this what we're coding right now works on the hardware. Yeah, see, even when we swap to the second triangle, the mid isn't even the problem. Making your own game engine, that's cool. You just simulate a lot of objects on the GPU. That's sick. Like compute shaders or... I think that it comes down to this, actually. This multiplying by the fraction, which is what we tried to avoid here. But it seems that... Yeah, the issue is that even when we try to simplify it into this, which is the difference over the normal, we still can't simplify it into that. Can you simplify this even further into another pass where you would be putting the difference over the normal? Oh no. No, you can't. You can't. Can you hear my breathing? Yeah, I have a mic. Some people like hearing my breathing. Some people don't. Yeah, it appears that even if we simplify this into this, we come across the same exact problem. The reason why we got away with it up here with these is that our position can be divided by the world scale. I don't know. I don't know what to do. What was the world scale plus the normal again? That's it's 300 minus 144, I think, in this case. Which was 156. Yeah, that's 156 over... Yeah, so then you get 156. Let me try to modulus this. That's 12. No. Yeah, I don't know. What were you asking? Can I ask you how you structure like object-oriented programming? No, I program in C, so I don't use objects at all. How I structure my files? It's a good question. I mean, I have really big files, right? So this one's 9,000 lines. Typically, what I like to do in C is I have the lower level stuff at the top of the file, and then at the bottom I have the higher level functions that use those lower level functions at the top. It just naturally just how C works, right? I don't like putting every function in the header file. Uh, it's kind of just a waste. So typically, I have lower level stuff at the top of my files, which are like all of my blurring, all of my loading stuff in up here, doing our text arrays, blah, 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 blah. And then all the way down here, we have all of our like light map generation stuff, which uses those functions. So I guess like that's kind of how I structure it. It just kind of naturally works that way. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the thing is that here, when it comes down to it, it's just that the position can be divided by the scale, and any way we try to refactor this, this cannot be divided by this. No matter how many times you go deeper here, because the next layer deep here would be that our what would we put in the numerator next time? It would be it's the position there. It's the equivalent of the position. Then this would be diff y gets put in the numerator, and as we know, diff y. Yeah. Yeah, this is difficult. The math is really difficult today, so I don't really know how we do this then. Isn't the whole point to divide by p.normal.y, though? Isn't it just supposed to be... Yeah, it's middle part divided by p.normal.y. So it's middle part times... Let's just write this out. So it's actually mid times so if we plug that into our formula from earlier, would be its position, which was position times normal over PSX world scale. So let's just go back and let's try and figure this out from this side again. So this diff is going to be the difference the difference between numerator and denominator. That's what we're doing. That's what this is. That's what this is. And then we multiply times. The last part is would be middle part over, yeah. Yeah, we did. This is correct. This is exactly correct. It just doesn't work. It's always correct, just doesn't work. Yeah, the problem with the ps1 is that we can't have floating point values. That's the problem here. That's what we've been trying to figure out all day. Is how do we do the math without, being able to have a fraction? That's the problem. That is the problem. Yeah, when it comes down to it, middle part just can't be divided by the normal because then you just truncate to 1. This is supposed to be about 1.3. No, yeah, ps1 can't use floating point values, so our slope collision logic is really, really difficult because we can't just, we can't just divide properly. Like the problem comes down to middle part divided by this p normal y, or any way you slice it here. We got away with it up here because our position can be very large, right? But middle part is just a small number, It's just a small number. I wonder if we can do something crazy here, which seems stupid, but what if we just add a certain amount to middle part before we put it into here? Like, what if we do I don't know. And then subtract it at the end? Yeah, there's no way that works. There's no way that works. Yeah, that makes that just a made up value. Hmm. Yeah, any way I do this, the math in my mind, it doesn't work. Ah. I was so in the zone that I picked my fingers and now I'm bleeding. God, I'm I'm so lost in my mind when it comes to this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you think about this a different way, right? Like, this is only. We just need to add 1/3 of this on top, basically. Or whatever fraction this is, right? So you could technically say that this is like plus, an imaginary 1/3 or whatever, right? Instead of multiplying it times 1.3. Question is, how do we do that? Hmm. You could think of it like as plus that divided by 3, right? So you need to get a remainder somewhere for that to figure out what you're dividing by. How do you get that 3? I think we need a new canvas. I kind of want to remember what this middle part is. We can actually just go in and look at it. So in our example, middle is -222 or whatever, -252. -252 is middle part. And then the normal y is -144. And then this is the and so what you want to do is you want -252 over 144. negative 252 over negative 144. That gives you 1.75. Or, don't be stupid, it's 7. That. So the other way of thinking about this is 3/4. Right. So really, if you're multiplying times this, you're just really adding 3/4 of this. Which is really divided by 4. This is really num divided by 4 times 3. So all you need to do is find this 4. Right? Just find this 4 and find the 3. So this is what it turns into. It turns into this plus num. Num plus num over the bottom of the fraction times the top of the fraction. That's what this simplifies to. How do we get that, though? How do we get that? Let's do some quick modulus math. So 144 modulus 252. Right, 144, 252 modulus 144, 108, 108. What is this, 108? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm being stupid. I'm being so dumb, actually. This is 4. And this is 3. Yeah, why the fuck didn't I see that? Wait. No, it isn't. No, this is 3. And this is 4. You have to get the difference Okay. You have to get the difference. You have to get the difference, and then this turns into 3. Right. Okay. So it's num over 144 times diff. God, this mouse on this glass table is not it right now. And diff ends up becoming difference between that. Okay, hold on. So, I think we figured it out. Middle part cannot be divided by the normal that y. So, what we have to do is we find the difference between them. So let's just make another variable here in diff equals let's just do the same thing that we did here. So if we already did this, right? Yeah, this is just the diff y again. This is the diff y. So we multiply times the diff. We put the numerator over 144. The numerator is wait, I think we just wrote the same thing again. I think this has the same issue because middle part divided by 144 Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not smart enough to do this. Dude, I'm kind of bummed out. I think that this is exactly the same because this is just 254 over 144 times the difference. It's the same thing that we already have. That's literally this. That's literally this. That's the difference times. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Oh, dude. Technically, no. Technically, it's not. It's not. It's not. Did I simplify this the wrong way? Hold on. No, no, no. This isn't. This isn't correct. Right. So you still need a third of Noom. Maybe that's what where the 108 comes from. Hold on. Maybe that's the 108. Hold on. Let me. My phone is about to run out of battery. Hold on. No, it's 84. What's 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 the difference actually? What's the difference actually? It's 252 minus 144. Which is 108. Oh my fucking god, it's 108. Was this actually 252 divided by 144 is exactly 1.75? Yeah. It's exactly 1.75. Isn't it? It's 108 over 144 that gives you, yeah. So it's 108 over 144. And the difference between these is 36. 36. The difference, and then you find the difference between the difference and the denominator, which is 36. And then 108 divided by 36. 108 divided by 36 is 3. Is 3. That's how you get 3. That's how you get 3. Okay, write it down, write it down, write it down, write it down, write it the fuck down, write it the fuck down. Okay. 252 minus 144. Num minus denominator the difference between the numerator and the denominator. Take the difference between the diff and denominator. That gives you the 3. That's the formula. That is the fucking formula. Hold on, hold on. It's the numerator divided by 3. Still can go over 144 as long as we multiply it times 3. Wait. You can't put it over 144 though. No. You have to multiply. No. You don't put it over the denominator. You don't. You have to find 4 somehow. How do you find 4? How do you find 4 here? How do you find 4? How do you find 4? We found 3 by taking the difference between the diff and the denominator. Wait, hold on. That doesn't actually give you it. Hold on. Why I messed up writing it. It was 108 divided by 36. So it's actually... let's just make it... let's just make it K equals... You put... the... This over... C. How do you find 4? Oh god, this... Isn't it just 144 divided by 36? Is that it? Yeah, 144 divided by 36. Okay, that's the formula. 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 Okay. Okay. Middle part over normal y. Here's what we have to do. The difference between middle part and normal y, we already have this. This is called diff y. We already have this variable. So we need the difference between diff y the difference between the diff y and the denominator, which is the normal y. Normal y is always guaranteed to be negative, so it's a negative. Diff y is always going to be a positive. So we can say this is going to be p dot normal dot y. Let's just write it out better, right? So it's now there really isn't a way to write it out better, but yeah. So diff y. Okay. Then we put d over c. So this is diff y divided by c. And then it's the denominator, which is p dot normal dot y divided by c. Now our int 16t new numerator equals the original numerator, which was middle part, divided by k. Wait, no, you don't need to, because it's just dividing. It's just dividing. So this is it. This is the entire thing, is the numerator, which was middle part, plus the new num divided by j times k. Holy shit. Is that it? Hold on. Oh, I misspelled that. So that wasn't even a new iteration there. We're dividing by 0 for sure. Alright, peace out, Frumpy. Have a nice night. We divided by 0. So either k or j is 0. Diff y divided by what are we talking about? Dude, I'm gonna lose my mind. I thought that I had this figured out. Yeah, this is dividing by 0 on that side. And then we crash immediately. This is definitely correct. There's just a lot of dividing by zeros that's happening. If we aren't dividing by 0, it's fine. Oh, this is a real bummer. Oh, gosh. It really sucks that what you would end up needing, right, is like a recursive function that does this until you stop getting numbers that are truncated, right? Like, am I crazy, or this is maybe I'm just not cut out for this. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this, man. Like, yeah, they just get truncated to 1. They just get truncated to 1. or to 0. Yeah, like let's take an example here. So the C is negative 513, and the plane Y is 261. So yeah, the difference between Hey, what's up, Love Lassa? How are you doing? I'm doing some math. That's how I'm doing. Yeah, so what's going on here is that the PS1 doesn't have floating point units, so we're reinventing the wheel. What type of math? Well, the type of math that gets us nowhere, apparently. It's so we don't have floating point units, so we can't really divide properly. So today has been kind of trying to figure out how to get collision working. This formula on the PS1. And so we have this formula here, right, that now takes a numerator and a denominator and tries to simplify it to make it actually divisible without having any fractions. But it's not working. It's not working because this gets truncated to 0. This diff y over c. I consider big numbers like 4,000 instead of 4. Unfortunately, if you make everything big, then it still has to divide by itself. Like, if we bit shifted everything over by 12, and right, then you would end up with just 4,000 divided by 356, 3566, right, in this case. And then this would be simplified down to 1, when in fact this isn't 1. This is actually like 1.15 or whatever. And that difference is actually pretty important when it comes to slopes. Yeah. But yeah, they are big numbers already. Every world space is 300. So, So yeah, that C value is already... See the what we see on the top with the plane. The plane is our normal, and then our D value. So our normal in the y direction is negative 261. So it's already a pretty big number. But unfortunately, when you divide big numbers by big numbers, you come up with ones. Instead of 1.1s, because we don't have floating point values. So in this case, we need I want to print out the diff y as well and middle part, just to see. So here our middle part is 101. And so what we're trying to do is 101 divided by 261, right? Which should be about negative 2 point something, right? But so going with this formula, right? So we find the difference between the numerator and the denominator, which is diff y. So that's 160, which is correct, right? Middle part. And the normal y, the difference is 160. That is correct. So that's diff y. Then we find the difference between that and the denominator, which in this case, that is the normal, right? So we find the difference between 160 and 261, and that is C. However, our C is not the difference. Our C should be about 100 here. It's because diff y is negative. Okay, so we found the bug. So now our C is the exact same as our middle part. Are you serious? Why is that? Wait, what? Why is that the case? In our example where we made this formula, that would be if 36 is the same as 252. So something is not correct here. We're supposed to be getting smaller and smaller numbers. difference between that and that is truly 117, and then the difference between the normal and that is 144. Huh. They aren't always the same, but they are quite often the same. That's difficult. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing. Multiply each number by 1000, see how much of number y fits in number x. Throw away the last digit, see how much fits again, and so on. Yeah. If we did that, so... The issue is like, so if you still have, if you end up still with like something that's like, you know, now you have 3000 over 4000, right? You still have to do this division, you know? And this, of course, we know that this is 0.75, but the machine can't do this. This will become 0. This will become 0. So what you end up needing is you need this to be something big. You need this to be something like 13,000, right? And the denominator to be 4,000, right? And then at least that gives you something, right? So if we have 13,000 on the top and then 4,000, well, we know that that goes into it 3 times, right? But when you have numbers that are very similar, right, then no matter what we do, it's a problem. But that's kind of what we're doing, is we are basically trying to find the most common denominator. You may have heard about that, like, you know, I remember that from when I was a kid in school or whatever, the most common denominator. That's basically what our method does. And it works very poorly, but what you're watching right now it is working, but it's not working very well. It works on the Z positive and X positive faces, but not on the other ones. And I'm kind of wondering if we need to do the exact same thing. Okay, well, I'm happy for him. I don't know about you, but I'm really happy for that guy. So now that we have this formula, maybe we should be doing this over here as well. And this over here as well. Because these are just simplifications of this. Or not simplifications, but basically a worse version of this formula. But yeah, basically what this formula does, right, is it takes a numerator and a denominator. We find the distance between them, which is 108 in this case, right? We find the distance between them, and then we find the distance between this distance and the denominator, right? In this case, this was 36, right? Then we divide this. This is then 36 divide 144 over 36 becomes 3, right? Or no, that becomes 4. You can do 108 over 36, and then that becomes 3, right? And so now you have 3 over 4. And so you plug this into here. So our old numerator divided by 3, and then you put that over 4, and now you multiply it times 3, right? And so this is the smallest number. Now we're working with the smallest numbers possible, right? It's the least common denominator of both of those numbers. This is basically what this formula finds. At least that's what I think I made, right? So now this numerator over the least common denominator over the least, or this is like the least common numerator, right? And then this is the least common denominator times the least common numerator plus the num plus our original numerator. That's the formula, right? Actually, this, you only want to add this if this is going to be greater than 1. If this is going to be greater, if this is like 1.75, if this is 0.75, then you actually don't want to add this. You just want this part of the equation. Actually, that might be the crux of this right now, actually. If middle part, which is our numerator, if our numerator divided by our denominator isn't 0, then we do this. Else, we only want nu num divided by j times k. Thank you, because I wouldn't have actually realized this until I started explaining it to someone else. So I wonder if this is working or not. I might have to replace the rest of the math with the formula in terms of the rest of the the earlier parts of the equation. But I think that this is it. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Love the mood of this engine. I appreciate that. This actually isn't really my game engine. This is actually on the ps1. We are trying to do math without... Okay, well, yeah, we still haven't fixed that bug, yeah. We were trying to do math without fractions, which is painful. How much knowledge / time have I accumulated by this point? Good question. I've been working on the engine for about 4 months, maybe a bit more. How much knowledge? I don't know. I haven't been doing 3D graphics for a very long time. I started programming with Java when I was like 16. Are we crashing or are we just really slow? Huh. Like, this is really stupid, but you probably end up want to recursively call... You end up wanting to make this a function, right? You want to make this a function... and then recursively call it if these numbers are truncating to 1. Bro, what is all that math? We're trying to do division without having floating point numbers on the ps1. That's what all this math is. What are the aspects that make an engine PS1? Well, by the way, I have a game engine, but this isn't actually my engine. I have a secondary game engine, right? That's just an OpenGL, right? That's like a proper game engine, but this is just my PS1 build of my engine. We also need the difference. We need the difference. This also needs to be a part of it. Oh yeah, this is running on a PS1, yeah. What you just saw earlier. It's the PS1. I use my... on an emulator for now, yeah. Just for iteration, you know, fast iteration. Yeah, it's a lot of math. So in this case, this is going to be D. So let's just make diff y to D. Let's call it D. And then this is going to be... I am using Helix right now. That's my editor. Is there any resource where I could learn the math involved? Honestly, we're kind of doing it, you know, ourselves right now. I do have a video called What I Wish I Knew Before Making a Game Engine or whatever. I think that's what I called it. And in there I have a bunch of resources for three specific good resources for making a game engine and the math involved. I can't remember the GitHub off the top of my head, but yeah, there's a couple of good. Yeah, all of my devlogs going back, I put resources in them for you know, for learning stuff as I was going along, resources that I found good. So if we're following, I mean, really, we shouldn't be just doing this. We should just be doing, we can just do this fast. Let's just do this. Abs of the numerator. We already have C. Wait, hold on. This is the difference between D and denominator. So D and denominator. And then this is diff y is the same as... Where are my devlogs? They're on my channel. I have a playlist with them. I have made about 6 of them. Okay, so the normal here for J is going to be den for C. And then middle part is num. Nice and cool font, very retro. You can actually get my font if you do exclamation point font, and get my theme if you do exclamation point theme, if you're interested. It's really dark out. It's really dark out. I might have to turn the light on. It's like super dark. I'm on my porch, by the way, stream outside. So that's this. This is fine. So what our final formula would look like if we are to go back to what we had here from the beginning, right? If we were to come at this from brand new with this formula, what it would look like would be, if I can copy this correctly and not be stupid, what our proper thing would be for this would be negative would be divide like terms p dot normal dot x with PSX world scale. I'm making Aria happy by using that times x plus divide alike terms p dot normal dot y times PSX world scale times y plus p dot d, and then this is the funny part, that alike terms with p dot. Oh yeah, this is the funny part. Oh, brutal. And then you don't forget this. Oh, okay, so instead of x or y, we use pos.vx and pos.vz. Okay. Middle part undeclared in divide alike terms. We have a few errors that I need to figure out, so we gotta get rid of this. Middle part undeclared. New num was our numerator over k. And then 371. This is, in this case, this would be our denominator. There. Somewhere we divided by 0. Somewhere it's a divide by 0 somewhere. Oh gosh. How though? How? I checked all of these plus equal 1 if 0. How's that happening? Now you know what's happening is that one of these is returning 0. Okay, this doesn't work at all. So, that's a bummer. I don't know, we can try this, but... Oh, actually, yes, this is actually supposed to be this. That's supposed to be that. That was backwards. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. Okay, well, I think I gotta peace out because I've been live for almost 9 hours working on this. Ugh. Bummer. Yeah, I gotta peace out, unfortunately, but yeah. Maybe this formula isn't good. Maybe this formula isn't good. I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's another way to do this. Yeah, I think that this formula may only work if you're greater than or equal to 1. I think that might be the issue. I think if you're less than, for example, so this if this was like 100, then this gives you 44, and then you find the difference between that and that gives you 100, and now you have a giant thing. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna peace out. Thanks for watching. Join our Discord if you're into any of this stuff. I'll be live again soon. I do want to figure this out, and I want to figure it out. You know, I don't want to like copy somebody else's solution. I mean, maybe I will just end up doing that. That was a good stream. Have a good night. All right, you too. Thanks so much for hanging out, and all right, peace out.